Good morning, distinguished delegates, respected speakers, and partners from around the world. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm pleased to welcome you to the third day of the Global Summit on Open Diamond Access. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in meaningful dialogue on transparency, technology, and collaboration. Today, we continue our shared commitment to advancing open, secure, and inclusive access within the global diamond ecosystem. So today, we are having a plenary 3, building, supporting, and sustaining diamond open access infrastructure. The key factors. This session is chaired by Zoe, head of the Open Science Unit, ANR France. Zoe, please.
Hello, everyone. May I ask my dear panelists to come on stage with me, please? Have a seat. Don't be shy. Thank you. May I ask you to share the presentation number 3, please? Thank you. So it's my pleasure to moderate this session. So this panel will focus on supporting and sustaining diamond open access infrastructure. And we will address, when we address this question, we are confronted with a wide diversity of mechanisms currently in place. These include notably in-kind support, projects funding, dedicated funds at national or regional level, and collective funding pledging. So this mechanism, it's not this one. It's the name 3 and the presentation. This mechanism may also vary depending on national or regional context, and they often combine short-term, mid-term approach with the goal or the ambition of a long-term sustainability. No, it's not this one, it's the 3, the number 3.
Hello?
No, it's not this one.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, but just, it's not a good presentation, sorry. Yeah, this one, thank you so much. No.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. So, okay, the objective of this panel will be first to acknowledge the will be to first acknowledge the diversity of diamond open access and sustainability mechanism, to learn from different national and regional contexts, to exchange on what works, what does not, and where models reach their limits, and to identify share needs and practical level for long-term sustainability. To do that, we hope to be able to explore today together, explore funding and support mechanisms beyond project-based model, understand governance structure that ensure long-term sustainability, support and build share interoperable infrastructure, and discuss how we could incentive institution and funders engagement in diamond open access. To do that, we will have an amazing panel with 3 online participants. Soshi Kubota from Japan. We will have also Charu Verma from India, and Sare Cordoba, who is represented Latindex. And in person, we will have Francis Gingras from Canada, Vanessa Frohnman from Netherlands, Mohamed Tanzil Multasam from Indonesia, and Laurence El Khoury from France. And I think we miss Amilcar Bernardo Tome da Silva. I don't know if you are in the room, but if yes, could you please come on stage with us? And so to start this discussion, we will have 3 times. The first time, it will be a first introduction by each panelist. I would like to request all panelists to keep your presentation very short, very brief, direct to the topic, so 3 minutes per person. Then we will have a round of discussion, and then we will ensure to keep at least 15 minutes to discuss with the audience. So to start, I don't know if Amilcar is here or not. Maybe no. So we will, okay, so if he's not present, we will start directly with the presentation of Mohamed Tanzil Multasam. If you could come, please. Yeah. And I think it's the presentation number 2 on your file. Thank you. And thank you, because Ashley will keep the time for us. So she will let you know when you will have only 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. I will start my stopwatch, yes, 3 minutes. So it will be short. I think slide number 4. Yes, but you need to open correct slide. Number 4. Number 4. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm from the Rawang Journal Indonesia and also the library director in the Undas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, one of the private university in Indonesia. As you know that there is 5,000 university in Indonesia, and my university is one of them. So what is the Relawan Journal Indonesia? So the Relawan Journal Indonesia itself, maybe my colleagues Alba already inform you about how we organize, how we work like that. But in here I will be shared again about our goal next in the next is we want to be as the kind of the hub for the journal, especially the Diamond Open Access Journal, as the to accomplish like giving them the shared infrastructure for the hosting. For now, we give them shared infrastructure for the hosting and the UI management. Also, the shared facilitate them to the educate journal editor with our platform. The care name is the LGI Academy, and we also have kind of platform with a supervisor platform that our member, we have like kind of 250% that give educate to this kind of platform. So editor journal, if they have kind of problem, they just go into that platform and settle up the meeting Zoom or want to have just a chit chat, and we can answer all question about the related to the journal. So we provide all that for free. So also we help them to manage with how to complete your metadata in the journal, because as you know that now it's like 30,000 journal in Indonesia and not many of them have kind of complete readiness metadata. And also this is the main problem now is in Indonesia. There is huge quantity is also huge problem in it. So also this kind of information about the integrity, misconduct, about the paper mills, at least maybe reduce that, but still there is problem with it. We can still seeing that the editor selling spot for the author buying as the author position or like that kind of service. So we need to think more about that. That's why giving recognition to the reviewer, that editor that work for it is, I think is now is need more than the author itself. In Indonesia, actually, they have kind of recognition for the reviewer, but it's not enough. They need more. We need to encourage more people, more professor, more expert to do reviewing job, not just like voluntary, but like kind of obligation instruct it, because in Indonesia, for example, it's different. Many professors they don't want to waste their time to doing review in the journal. Even they doing that only for the student. They do not have kind of time to doing like peer service to the community like that. So we need to make them do that with more recognition for the reviewer. That's why I want to remind again that if Diamond Open Access ecosystem lost their integrity that as a focus, as the main reason why we're doing Diamond Open Access like that, we need more focus on that integrity, because government often they said why we need a non-APC journal. If we say that with the non-APC journal, it can increase how the trust, how the honest people, honest person, accountability, transparent work do, then maybe the government can have more concern to this kind of infrastructure of that Diamond Open Access. That's why we need more focus in how to the infrastructure prevent that kind of misconduct happen like that, especially in that we now have kind of platform we already built. I think it's that enough for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping the time. We really appreciate it. May I ask Amilcar Bernardo Tomé da Silva to give your first 3 minutes presentation? Thank you.
Good morning. Bom dia. Eu vou utilizar os 3 minutos que me são atribuídos para a minha apresentação e, consequentemente, falar um pouco sobre os aspectos mais importantes da ciência aberta, ou do acesso aberto. Chamo-me Amilcar Bernardo Tomé da Silva, médico, sou docente e investigador da Faculdade de Medicina da Universidade Agostinho Neto, em Angola. Faculdade essa onde eu sou professor auxiliar, ensinando fisiologia humana e médica. Atualmente, exerço função de diretor nacional de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação do Ministério do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação do Governo de Angola. Esta direção, ela tem como objetivo fundamental prestar um serviço executivo, um serviço de execução direta, né, das políticas de ciência, tecnologia e inovação na República de Angola. Tem encarregue de promover e executar políticas de ciência, de investigação, de tecnologia, assim como o desenvolvimento da pesquisa, fundamentada em pesquisa fundamental, passo pelo nós, pesquisa aplicada e a pesquisa experimental. Elaborar as estratégias para poder e gerir os princípios os principais atores, nesse caso de ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Falando, nesse caso, da ciência aberta, nós temos algumas iniciativas e que já vão se tornando um pouco mais cimentadas com a criação do repositório nacional de acesso aberto. Existem também algumas iniciativas nas instituições de ensino superior, com a criação de revistas essas que vão ser conectadas diretamente também a repositórios que estão a ser criados, ou seja, com iniciativas também de serem criados, no sentido de formarmos um sistema integrado de interligação, nesse caso, da ciência em Angola. Em princípio, são esses aspectos que gostaria de apresentar e os outros vamos abordá-los na medida que vai se decorrendo aqui as preleções. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. And thank you for speaking slowly to allow enough time for the translation. It's quite good. May I ask Francis Gingras, who is coming from Quebec, to present their initiative on Diamond Open Access? And it's the good slides. I think. It's the third one. Yeah. Yes, I think so. No, the other one. Yeah.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. And since multilingualism is not a vain word in this conference, and we have translation, so I will do my presentation in French. Alors, le réseau CIRCE que je représente aujourd'hui, à titre de directeur général, est un réseau qui a été fondé à la suite d'une initiative du Fonds de recherche du Québec qui consacre 10 millions de dollars pendant 5 ans pour permettre à tous les acteurs de l'écosystème de l'édition savante au Québec d'entrer en relation et de prévoir des solutions pour une transition aussi agréable et facile que possible vers le libre accès diamant. C'est avec les acteurs qu'on cherche les solutions, puisque toutes les revues financées par les fonds de recherche du Québec devront être en accès libre diamant d'ici quelques années. Le nom du réseau, CIRCE, fait référence à une figure importante, mais relativement méconnue de l'histoire du Québec, Eva Circé-Côté, qui était une bibliothécaire qui a œuvré pour la libre circulation des savoirs, notamment dans les communautés défavorisées de Montréal, les communautés ouvrières où il n'y avait pas de bibliothèque. Elle a ouvert la première bibliothèque à l'attention des ouvriers. Elle écrivait que le savoir, comme l'eau, devrait être accessible à tous. On voit que ce combat qu'elle menait au début du 20e siècle prend une autre forme aujourd'hui avec notre mission à l'égard du libre diamant. Alors, le réseau CIRCE fonctionne à partir de 4 pôles qui réunissent des acteurs qui étaient déjà présents avant l'arrivée du réseau, donc en 2024. Ces principaux acteurs, évidemment, ce sont les revues savantes. Alors, environ 122 revues québécoises qui publient majoritairement en français. Donc, au moins 50% des articles sont publiés en français. Ce pôle revue travaille de concert avec la plateforme Érudit. Donc, cette plateforme est dans le paysage québécois et canadien depuis plus de 25 ans. les revues connaissaient déjà bien la plateforme, mais on offre à travers le réseau une autre occasion de dialogue et de co-construction de solutions. La particularité du réseau, c'est d'intégrer aussi l'ensemble des bibliothèques universitaires québécoises, elles-mêmes regroupées dans le partenariat des bibliothèques universitaires du Québec. Donc, toutes ces bibliothèques sont partie prenante dans cette recherche de solutions. Enfin, le réseau compte sur un pôle recherche dirigé par Vincent Larivière, que vous connaissez probablement, chercheur important sur les questions de découvrabilité, qui travaille sur cette question plus spécifiquement, d'assurer que les contenus, notamment les contenus en français, bénéficient d'une bonne découvrabilité dans ce contexte du libre accès diamant. Alors, les questions que nous avons posées pour trouver des solutions, ce sont des questions qui relèvent en partie de la communauté que nous créons à travers ce réseau. Donc, nous avons créé des communautés de pratique à travers les différents pôles, mais des communautés aussi interpôles. Nous travaillons aussi à la mutualisation des ressources. Je pourrais vous en parler plus longuement plus tard. Et nous cherchons aussi à valoriser le travail éditorial, autant du point de vue des professionnels qui travaillent à l'édition que des chercheurs, des chercheuses qui consacrent une partie de leur carrière universitaire au travail de l'édition savante. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Francis, et merci aussi d'avoir fait une présentation relativement courte. Laurence Elkouri, si tu peux nous rejoindre. So Laurence is Deputy Director of CNRS, one of the main performing organizations in France.
Hello all, and thank you, Zoe, for the invitation. Thank you for the participants. Thank you for the organizer. Thank you for all the people who have joined this meeting. I am very, very happy to be here again in India, and I'm proud to be part of this panel. I can speak without my slides. I'm deputy head of a department, open research department at CNRS, and not of the whole CNRS. Disclaimer is already said.
Could you keep the same presentation, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm deputy head of a department at CNRS and not of the whole CNRS, disclaimer. Anyway, I'm going to speak about what we are doing in our department and for CNRS. We are in charge of the open science policy at CNRS, and we are working. Yeah. And we have released a roadmap in 2019, claiming all these steps like talking about publication, research data, individual evaluation of research regarding open science, and of course, training and skills. And all this was possible in 2019 because we have also, and you have seen it yesterday for the one who were here, a Ministry of Higher Education who is dedicated also to open science and who had released his open science roadmap also. So it's easy when you have a ministry and governance who are dedicated to these teams that you want to make come true. So every year we take stock of what we have done related to this open science roadmap. So first year, 2019, we claimed that it was a necessary revolution. Then a year after, where we stand, and then about assessment practices regarding open science. And all these things, you can find them on our website. And you can find the roadmap in 3 languages, English, French, and Spanish, as well as the open research data plan that we release the year after. So it's important to go step by step and to make people know what we are doing. So this every year we have this gathering of CNRS research people and supporting staff in order to see how we advance. And last year, in November 2025, we took stock of what we have done, and now we have gone through all the roadmap. So what's important is that for publication, Diamond Open Access is very important. And you know that the budget is not increasing, money is not increasing. So we have to divert the flows, the financial flow. And this is what we have done while stopping some contract that we had with some publisher who didn't want to share the same criteria that we wanted to do. So in 2019, we have stopped with a major publisher our contract. So with this money, we have argued to our governance, the directory of CNRS, in order to make it remain in the system and fund open Diamond Open Access journals instead of these subscriptions. So this is very important. And last year or the year before, we have stopped also a major contract with another service provider. And this helped also, it was a lot of money, so it helped also to sustain infrastructures. Because when you are using infrastructure which are how you say, free to use, you need to acknowledge that you are using them and to participate in a way or another, at least to know how it's functioning and how to maybe support in a way or another. It's also the case for open software, open source software, because these are things that are very fragile. So if you are stopping to use a private software and instead using an open source software, you need to commit also to the communities. So, and to support the changes, we need to change incentives also and rewards that are consistent to the policy we are going to address. So what's important, it's to build, like you said, but maybe not creating new infrastructure, but maybe using the infrastructures that exist and make them evolve in order to stick to your policies and to the criteria that seem important at the moment. And also participate at different levels. It's not always funding. It can be in kind, it can be hosting, it can be providing any sort of services, or at least to be aware of what it costs and what are and how Mohammed said earlier, how to build trust in the infrastructure or whatever journals you are using or want to use. And of course, you need to think about it at the long term and to sustain, to follow up, to question whether it's still sticking to what you want to do today, to the science that is being done today and the policies that you are not now aware of it. And sometimes you need to update or even close, but it's not a problem, because if it's not moving, if it's not evolving, this can be a problem. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Laurence. I will give the floor to Vanessa Prodman, who is the director of Spark Europe.
Good morning, everybody. So in the discussion later, I'll be focusing on Europe, but now I have the privilege of actually looking at a number of regions across the globe. I've got two hats on today, the Almasi hat, which is an EC-funded project, which has been looking at policy and funding for not-for-profit publishing in Latin America, Africa, and Europe. And I'm going to share some of those findings with you today, particularly zooming in on what are the types of services and infrastructures in place that we rely on, how are they funded, what are the funding streams, and then I'll also be talking about SCOS, that's my other hat this morning. So first of all, Almasi, there are a couple of really important reports that just came out, one being the landscape report on OA diamond publishing. We took a lens of 45, looking at 45 countries at the context of publishing, and I unpicked, looking at the funding strategies and looking at some of the trends in the regions. And if we look, for example, in Europe at some of the trends, there are policies and strategies in place, not many policies that address Diamond OA specifically, but some of those that are in place do have funding mechanisms. So if we have policies and strategies in place, for example, in Switzerland or Ireland, some of the things that countries are really zooming in on and funding is they're building networks to build capacity for diamonds. So they are funding the people behind diamond to really scale this up and organize themselves much more professionally. Ireland in particular, for example, they also have a focus on sustainability. How do we sustain this system? So it's not just funding infrastructure, or flipping journals, but it's really thinking ahead. How do we really create a system that really works well in the future? So they're really funding things to make things more sustainable going forward. I think that's a very interesting development. So you see that in some countries really looking at that important point and funding that activity. In Spain, for example, I think there's a very interesting and really important development where government is really very much focused on stimulating and funding interoperable and open source software. So that really must underpin the work that we do. So I think that's very promising and important. We've also got experimental models that we're looking at in various countries, in the Netherlands, in Germany, Switzerland. So how can we pool funds via libraries, but also outside of libraries, between universities? How can we pool funds to fund essential infrastructure? And the UKB working group, which is university libraries in the Netherlands on open access, are doing so. There's an interesting proposal by Bernhard Mittermeier in Germany, who says that if you have transformative agreements, that perhaps a percentage of that should go to Diamond Open Access and to infrastructure. So I think that's also a very promising way of how can we find the funds collectively. And then there is the development of shared services, and I will tell you a bit more about that later. I think we will have opportunities, but there are university presses organizing themselves on national and international levels, seeing how they can also fund Diamond going forward, and development of capacity hubs. Just quickly, and I think I will talk to that mainly in the questions going forward. The other scoping report on not-for-profit publishing ecosystems, we looked at a range of infrastructures you see on the right, and services, really important ones. How are they funded? What kind of models? I'll talk to those later. And I think I'd just like to stop on this one. SCOS, you've heard about SCOS. If you look at, we have a collection of the key diamond infrastructures globally that we all rely on. What do they cost? $6 million a year only. All of those, the key infrastructures that we depend upon, think about that. There are some countries in the room that spend 120 million euros on their publications, on APCs and on subscriptions per year. 120 million. This is 6 million for all of the infrastructures here on this slide to support global global diamond through these open infrastructures. So we really need to collectively think about how we fund that. So I'd just like you to think about that. It's not much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vanessa. We will now go through the online presentation. So may I ask Charu Verma from CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, to start your presentation. It was good. The presentation was good.
Thank
Could you see your slide?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, it's not the good one. Sorry, I will. No, it's good. I will go.
Yeah.
This one, and I could switch for you if you let me know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Namaste and a very warm welcome to all the participants of this global summit on Diamond Open Access, those who are present in person and those who are online. So first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity for a noble cause, and congratulations to the organizer for making this very, very difficult task, doable. So with this, I would like to start with the introduction, which I think is around 3 minutes. I'm Dr. Charu Verma, and I come from R&D Hub of India, which is a CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. And one of the labs out of those 37 labs is National Institute of Science Communication and Policy Research, which is based in New Delhi in India. Now, as part of this session, the key take for me would be that sustaining the Diamond Open Access is not a publishing problem. So it's basically the governance, the infrastructure, the public investment, and how that can be used judiciously. And that is only possible through the global cooperation for the knowledge sharing for the better society. With that, I would like to give a brief introduction of what exactly we do and how is that going to make a sustainable model for the Diamond Open Access. Next slide, please. So we are basically, giving Diamond Open Access for, I would say, for last 2 decades, wherein the top management decided that we need to serve the society not by making revenue, but giving them knowledge that is free of cost. So we started with multiple set of journals. These are pretty old journals. We started way back in 1942, but the open access we started in around 2 decades back. So we have a portfolio of around 15 research journals in various disciplines of science and technology. So they fall into biological sciences, physical sciences, information sciences, library sciences, and they are basically, something specific and something which is multidisciplinary as well. So we have, this portfolio, which is making us the only government institution in India that publishes these 15 index research journals, and that too completely free of cost. We do not charge any APC. We do not ask for any subscription cost, because we believe that unless we share this knowledge with the society can never come up with something which is more innovative than this what is being given to them. So open science is definitely required and is the need of the hour, and that is why I think we are all meeting in this. So we are a crucial contributor to One Nation, One Subscription. Even the governors thought that the whole nation need to have one subscription, which is an easy access of this high level knowledge to all the part of the society. So we are basically rated in all the highest possible recitations like JCR, the SciMego, SiteScore, NAS, and we are completely, registered in all those directory of open access journals, so that we provide the platform which is unanimous globally as well, apart from being, free of cost in India. So we are just trying to propagating and facilitating the industrial R&D. So we have around 40% international contribution in terms of the editorial board, the authors, and the reviewers. And we are very proud that we also are covered in the Patent Cooperation Treaty of WIPO. So 2 of our journals are covered in that, so as to eliminate any plagiarism in case of prior art which is existing in India. So we see that, in case we are open access, we are not just, trying to conserve the cultural heritage, we're also trying to have the knowledge sharing, which is also giving rise to the innovative solutions later on. So we have complete, DOIs assigned, that is making, everything also citable well in time before even it is printed. And we also have, multiple special issues which are on the contemporary relevance. And there we, just collaborate with multiple global partners, with all these experts in that area. So that is basically making us as, having the USP of, just making open access as well as the contemporary technologies available to all of them. Next slide, please. I'll just wind up my introduction with this small slide that what I feel that these sustainable architectures are very important to have, the right kind of expertise. So I come as a professional with around 3 decades of experience, with the experience in IT as well as in technology management. And as mentioned by, previous panelists, I strongly believe that in case we, leverage on the open source software, that is going to have, the free cost angle to it, and that makes it more sustainable. And also you can, kind of, just share your, uh, learnings with the society and the community at large, which is also going to help the other nations as well. So with that brief introduction, I think I'll take my slides, the detailed ones later on. This is a small introduction, which is going to be relevant for the discussions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now would like to invite Sarah Cordoba Gonzalez, honorary member of Latindex. I will go to your slides. Just 1 minute. Here it is. Sarah, could you hear us? Sarah, could you hear us? Are you online? Still online or not? Not sure. She was there before, so I suggest we will pass to the presentation from Soshi Kubota from Japan Science and Technology Agency, and another presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
We will
Thank you very much.
one-
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Can I share my slide?
Yes, just
Please.
few minutes. It's the okay. It's the third one.
Can you see the slide?
Yeah, wait, this one. Could you see your slide?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
And
Okay.
I will pass when you will. You just let
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I am Soichi Kubota from Japan Science and Technology Agency. It is a great honor to be here, but I'm sorry for not presenting in person. I would like to introduce our service, JStage, briefly. Please, next slide, please. Sorry. JST is an online journal platform for Japanese academic societies. It launched its service in 1999. The purpose of this service is first, to promote the electronic publication of journals from Japanese academic societies, and second, to disseminate those publications via the internet and promote open access. About 90% journals are free to read. This slide shows the overview of JStage, but I would like to skip. This slide shows the number of Diamond Open Access journals on JStage. The number is based on our own investigation. The number of free-to-read journals is about 3,600. So only 10% of them are open access, and a third of them is Diamond Open Access. We do not restrict the open access type on our user academic societies. We accept gold OA and even subscription-based. This slide shows one of our services, Journal Consulting Program. This is a service supported by a consulting company and JST staff. Just contract with a consulting company, and it gives advice to the journals which apply to this program and are selected annually. This program has a number of courses, such as to become open access journals, to be eligible for DOAJ or Scopus, Web of Science, and so on. Let me summarize my presentation here. We have journals on JStage, which are various business models, subscription-based, hybrid, and gold, and diamond. 2 years ago, National Immediate Open Access Policy was announced, but it focused on green open access. We support open access and will enhance our system to promote knowledge sharing through consulting program or seminars. I'm interested in activities on how to promote diamond open access in other countries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Sarah is online now. She was present this morning, so if not, I could check again. No, I don't think so. Yeah, maybe no. Okay. So thank you very much for this introduction. I think it allows us to see the diversity of initiative and point of view represented in this panel. And so now we will start the discussion. We will just put the table on the middle of the stage. Thank you. So thank you. Online, I hope you could hear us properly. Sarah, if you are joining us, please let us know. So the first question I would like to ask maybe Francis, Lawrence and Mohammed on the current mechanism of support in place in your region to support your initiative. Could you tell us what are currently in place, what are the challenges, and maybe what could be innovative model or new mechanism for the future? I don't know who would like to start, maybe Mohammed? Yeah.
Okay, yes. My institution in here is the Relawan Journal Indonesia, but I also represent my university also. So for the Relawan Journal Indonesia, for example, that what we can to support, of course, that the education for the journal editor in our region. For example, now we already have several platforms to communicate with the editor, the many member, that many volunteering that can answering a journal editor question live 24 hours in the 7 days, even in holidays, they will answering even before they going to bed. I don't know why they're answering, but they answer. But still, this one kind of support is needed. Most another global South country not have kind of luxury to have kind of this big community that can answer you anything regarding journal from the OGS till the how to layouting the article like that. So and then the other one is we want to we already do that. we already do that kind of making a platform that can have improve to this educate. We doing like the RGI Academy. We doing that the supervising platform for the journal editor. We doing that collaboration with the P2P for the educating, and then also we creating some kind cataloging article for a better reader like that. Okay, maybe that's.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Laurence, maybe you could give your point of view on that.
I can give you maybe a small example, which is a big one for France. CNRS, I told you before, is a research performing organization, a big one, 30,000 people working, 10,000 researchers and research support. But we are lucky enough to have also Ministry of Higher Education, who is supporting open science in a very big way. So when they released that plan, the first plan in 2018, it was released with a fund. And this fund was aimed to fund initiative of open science. And we at CNRS are managing this fund, and this fund we are managing this fund, and we are part of the consortium which is managing this fund. It's directed by the ministry, but all research, national research performing organization, but also universities and libraries and are around the table in order to take the decision once a year. And then we apply the decision, and the fund is about 4 million a year almost. And it's aimed to fund diamond open access initiatives like SCOS, initiatives that are international and national, publishers who meet our criteria. The criteria that we share with EDCH, for example, is the DIAMAS standard for open access, and also other initiatives and infrastructure. And we have also, since it began in 2019, 2020, have released 4 calls of tender for open science edition publishing. It meets contents. It can meet also development of infrastructure and technical developments in order to make fair questions and standards and interoperability between platforms. And what we don't want is to spread a lot of infrastructure because it costs a lot, but we need to mutualize the efforts and the endeavors that are being done and to share everyone's skills and competence, the better the.
Thank you very much, Francis.
Yes, as I told you, we have very strong support from Quebec's funding agency with our network, and we're there to seek new solutions. And we're looking at mutualization, especially. We have a pilot on that to see if editorial hubs could be a solution to have some economies of scale, professionalization of the editorial work as well. We're also mapping policies and financial support in different universities. Once we have that, we can hope there will be some emulation between universities to have a standard, like a minimum of support to give to the journals in the different universities. The main question that stays there is sustainability. So how will it work in 5 years, in 10 years? And we're thinking about that. We're looking at that. And we have some education to do about that, to make sure that people understand that public support will be needed all the way for these journals. We're not looking at something free at one point. It will work with public support since science is a public good. It's normal that there is some public support to work for that. So that's the idea of sustainability with the different actors, governments, universities, and the public. So we have to make sure as well that our journals seem relevant to the public, and to make sure that what we publish gets to the public. So there's some kind of scientific diplomacy that we have to do as well as journal editors or researchers. And the network is trying to do all that with the help of librarians, the platform Erudit, and with researchers working especially on that. So that's.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So building on that, let's talk a bit more about sustainability and sustainability in practice. So I would like maybe to ask you, Vanessa, which mechanism are currently in place and which mechanism you observe currently, including through Almaty. And of course, if any panelist or online panelist would like to jump in the discussion, please raise your hands, and it's an open discussion. It's really the goal of this panel, so please feel free to add any comments.
Thank you very much. I'm going to repeat a couple of things that my colleagues have said, but it's important, I think, to give an overview of the options of how to sustain, particularly, I'm not talking about the journals now, but I'm talking about services and infrastructure, because they don't get enough airtime. So that's why I want to talk about that. So government funding is absolutely crucial to go forward. And we also looked in Almaty at some of those services, and we actually saw that the majority of the services and infrastructures like publication portals, for example, the national ones, a range of services for Diamond, they are funded by ministries. And secondly, we also have the important role of the institution. So often institutions initiate projects and then they continue to fund those. And we also know, as journal editors, Diamond OA is very much at home in so-called parent organizations. So the importance of the institution to continue funding and supporting, usually through in-kind contributions, is absolutely crucial going forward. So government funding and government, ideally structural permanent funding. This is a little bit few and far between, but I think it's really important that these services and infrastructures don't have to spend a lot of time to actually try to recruit funding from all sorts of places and to think about different revenue streams, because that's taking away valuable time from them. And it's new skills that they need, as well as lots of additional administrative burdens. So if we could have longer term government funding, but also from the research funders, the national research funders, funds that are longer term. So there's a very interesting example, for example, from the Arcadia Fund, which is also a charity. So charities, research funders, whoever, but I think you have a really important role to take away some of the burden of this fundraising from the services and infrastructure. So Arcadia for Redolink, for example, they have a 10-year project. So they don't have to look for time-limited funding for 2 years, 3 years, which is the norm, which many of the research funders, you have those limited grants. But it's a 10-year fund. And as part of that, they have to, year on year, talk to their budgets, talk about how they are going to sustain themselves beyond the 10 years. So they've got to really build this into the work that they are doing throughout this 10 years, so that their funder is really confident that they are going to be sustainable going forward. I think that is a fantastic practice. And I think then there are a couple of other things. So of course, time-limited grants, we need those, and it's the most practical for ministries, for research funders, other institutions. So if you want innovation, if you want to like develop a new platform, a publication platform for your country, a shared service that can help many Diamond OA services to get an overview of what's going on in your country. Do you know about the Diamond OA Sorry, I probably could go on and on. I've probably got to stop. But there are lots of opportunities here and funding mechanisms. Maybe something practical for those services and infrastructures in the room. Membership fees is probably the most practical and pragmatic way for them to gather collective funding. They don't often have many opportunities, particularly many of them are based at universities. So what you can collect as a service or infrastructure is very limited. Many cannot collect donations, so they use the membership fee model. So I think that's also here to stay. And we've also heard about freemium and other mechanisms. I'm not promoting the APC or the CCP, but there are other mechanisms, but some of those bigger ones I think are here to stay, but we really need to step up the more permanent funding and longer term funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give us your perspective on this question of long-term funding and what mechanism is currently in place or must be in place in your national context?
As explained in my slide, Day3 provide Japanese academic societies with our system J-Stage for free. We offer infrastructure to the academic community, and activities and knowledge sharing about open access or artificial intelligence or so. To reiterate, Day3 does not limit open access method to Diamond. So we would like to promote open access for Japanese academic society journals. And so we think the sustainability is so important, but we would like to give infrastructure to academic societies sustainably. I'm sorry. And we promote open access in Japanese academic societies via our seminars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah, I think you are still not here. So Shahu, would you like to add something on this question?
Yeah. I think sustainability in terms of being financially viable, that's going to be very important. But what I feel is that that sustainability also has a component of technology. If we start using open source, which is the free of cost, general licensing, I am reducing that burden on my governance also. So if I start improvising on those tools, I kind of reduce that technology cost, at least that ownership cost to us. But the governance in case has sustainability in terms of keeping a provision. For example, we have some R&D as a percentage of GDP, and those parameters, if that portion is there from the government to make it more sustainable, that is going to reduce the burden on the knowledge society. So I feel to make it more sustainable, it is basically the financially and also in terms of the technology, so as to make easy for the governance to take care of this in the future. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So let's turn and let's continue to discuss the governance. So what are the main barriers today to sustain Diamond open access infrastructure, and how governance could help on that and could be more a lever for long-term sustainability? And I would like to give the word to maybe Amilcar here.
Bom, muito obrigado. Na verdade, a nossa experiência diz-nos que o acesso aberto Diamante é um programa ou um projeto de extrema importância, da qual Angola aderiu, né, ou tem estado a interagir com a organização. E, partindo do princípio, isso fez com que nós criássemos em Angola, não é, o repositório angolano de ciência de acesso aberto, a que nós temos designado por RANA. Isto começou já há alguns 2, 3 anos, e o seu lançamento aconteceu em 2024. Atualmente, existem outras estruturas de suporte para o acesso aberto. O fato disso é a perspectiva do lançamento da cátedra de acesso aberto, que será feita nos próximos meses, na República de Angola, especificamente na Universidade de Oscar Ribas. E, então, o governo preocupa-se bastante em encontrar mecanismos para permitir que os estudantes, os professores, os investigadores tenham a possibilidade de interagir e ter acesso ao conhecimento. Então, esta abertura vai fazer com que as próprias instituições de Estado melhorem as suas prestações e, consequentemente, a melhoria dos cuidados e das políticas públicas do Estado. Os mecanismos a longo prazo. Isso consiste no investimento que o governo está a fazer. O nosso governo está extremamente empenhado nisso. O fato disso é a presença de um dos membros do executivo do governo de Angola. A nossa delegação aqui é representada pela Secretaria de Estado para a Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação. Isso mostra mais uma vez qual é o interesse do nosso governo em apoiar o acesso aberto. Como já tem estado a se dizer e a discutir-se nesta magna Assembleia, de que falar de acesso aberto não é falar de custos zero, né? Existe sempre algum custo financeiro. E esse custo financeiro tem que vir de algum lado, ou do Estado, ou implementar políticas de autofinanciamento para que isso facilite não só a produção de ciência, mas também como o acesso à própria ciência. E essas políticas de Estado têm sido desenvolvidas com a melhoria dos sistemas de conexão, não só local, mas como também global, para permitir que aquilo que nós podemos ou possamos produzir seja também de acesso a outras latitudes, como, por exemplo, aos países de expressão portuguesa, que é o caso da CPLP. Os países da CPLP são os países da comunidade de língua portuguesa, porque nós pretendemos conectar o nosso repositório com o repositório da CPLP, assim como os repositórios dos países da mesma região, Angola. Nesse caso aí temos a África do Sul aí ao lado, temos Moçambique e outros que já estão com alguns projetos um pouco mais avançados já há alguns anos. Então, os mecanismos são baseados fundamentalmente nesses aspectos. Em relação aos investimentos a longo prazo, também é extremamente importante, os mecanismos estão ligados à sustentabilidade, principalmente ligados à conexão por via de internet de boa e de alta capacidade, de alta velocidade melhor, e isto é verificado nos investimentos que o país está a fazer. Há alguns anos foi lançado um satélite do governo de Angola, ligado estritamente à comunicação. Atualmente, o nosso repositório está dentro de um domínio que também é do Estado, por enquanto, apesar de que o Ministério do Ensino Superior tem estado a desenvolver um projeto que será o que vai se responsabilizar pela gestão, não é, do repositório angolano. Por enquanto é isso que eu tenho a dizer. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you. So I would like to have at least one question regarding sharing infrastructure and ensuring long-term sustainability. So how can share and interoperable infrastructure reduce costs, could be a lever to reduce cost and improve long-term sustainability, and maybe what standards, what technical question, what governance question are most critical to make this work. Maybe we could have an input from Mohammed and also Francis. Please keep it short because we are running time, but we will keep it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, for Indonesian case experience, for example, that I will back again about the human open access ecosystem if not supported by the government policy, and not just government funding, but the government policy. Because, for example, in Indonesia, mostly the platform is infrastructure is not get direct funding from the government, except the official platform, the government. So that's why the ecosystem is important in here. For example, the government give a credit to get a professorship, you need to review two paper. But why need two? After he get professorship, we don't have an obligation to make kind of review again because there is no rule about that. What if that he need to 50 review every day voluntary in the academic journal so you can sustain that professorship like that. So it's depend on the government policy. We can talk about the infrastructure at the long-term infrastructure, but if the ecosystem is not matching with the infrastructure, so it will be collapsed because there is no person that will handle it with integrity like that. So that's my point.
Yes, we're working on shared infrastructures, and there's certain solutions there. There are expertise with university presses, with platforms that we can use and share. But I would like to say a word about the researcher's perspective and incentives for researchers to publish in local journals, in DOA journals. It's important because it's part of the solution to sustain journals. You need researchers to publish in that. So we have to make sure that they want to publish in their local journals with the promotions criterion, for example. If you take into account the fact that you valorize the fact that you publish locally, you publish in your local language, it's an incentive that can help. Brazil took some decision in that regard, and it worked. Publication in Portuguese, in Brazilian Portuguese, are increasing. So that can be a solution. And it depends on the community of researchers to make sure that we understand that local journals are important, not only for the benefits, the linguistic benefit, but for scientific benefits, because the reality of different communities, different countries is different and need different journals. So that's probably part of the solution to make sure that researchers are understand why they should publish in DOA and local journals.
Laurence or Vanessa, do you want to add something on that? And then I think we will keep some question of in the room.
Well, I just wanted to add that how we did to work with our governance at CNRS. CNRS we are working with the researchers. We are working with a lot of different disciplines. We have all disciplines in this organization, and all act different. And there are some that collaborate with a lot of people around the world. And even if when we do our policies, we make them regarding the practices of research. So it's also a need from the researchers, and that we need to change the system, because we see the paper mills, we see all what's happening with development of how you say, a lot of publications, nobody can read them, nobody can write them, nobody can assess them. So we need to gain trust in the system, and policies are here to accompany in our institution, to accompany the practices of the researcher, and it's a virtuous circle. And assessments also, the evolution of the assessment accompanies these practices and these policies. And in regard of the governance, when researchers are publishing in an open access Diamond journal, it can be not a local one, it can be a shared and international one. And we researchers are meant to publish with collaborative other researchers, and that's why it's important to be here, to be many of us, to hear and to include diversity of people and diversity of perspective. And this is why such a global summit is very important on our perspective.
Thank you. I think that Vanessa would like to add something, and we will have an entire roundtable dedicated to research assessment, I think, tomorrow. Today, sorry.
So I'd just like to add something. Yeah, you talked about international services. So let me come back to that 5 million. Imagine, so DOAJ, so many of us are using DOAJ, PKP, OJS, Redalic, there are many, so many core infrastructures. Imagine, so this is an idea, call to action. Imagine if research funders and governments, or perhaps research funders in particular, because they haven't had the tradition or the opportunities to be able to fund some of these infrastructures so much in the past. But if they could match funding, we have been collecting funding through libraries for many years for these infrastructures. We've helped raise 8.8 million euros through 1,000 or 2,000 euro contributions. So imagine if research funders could match that funding. It costs 5 million to cover the costs, the operational costs, annual costs of that critical infrastructure. It's peanuts if you shared it amongst yourselves. How could we collectively, as research funding agencies, contribute to fund that core Diamond infrastructure, that collection? So libraries are doing it. If you could help match fund, take on some of those infrastructures and take away some of the pain from them, that would be amazing. So that's an idea for a call to action from this panel. Thank you.
Na verdade, os mecanismos da gestão dos repositórios ou das plataformas de acesso aberto é realmente iniciativas particulares ou iniciativas de determinados grupos. Como eu disse no princípio, quando fiz a minha apresentação, nós temos iniciativas de criação de revistas, de repositórios nas instituições, por exemplo, de ensino superior, em outras instituições de desenvolvimento e investigação, de investigação e desenvolvimento, mas que o regulamento ou a gestão das políticas para gerir esses repositórios são políticas do Estado. Então, sendo políticas do Estado, de uma forma ou de outra tem que haver intervenção do Estado, não é? No sentido ou de financiar ou de criar mecanismos para o autofinanciamento dessas bases ou dessas plataformas. E será de extrema importância, porque quanto mais plataformas forem criadas, quanto mais disponibilidade de revistas forem anexadas ou depositadas nesses repositórios de acesso aberto, maior é a possibilidade de nós termos o acesso à informação ou o acesso aberto diamante. O Estado também desenvolve e cria infraestruturas. Nós temos, por exemplo, nesse momento, a criação do Parque Tecnológico, né, de Lourdes, onde serão desenvolvidos vários aspectos ligados ao acesso aberto diamante, e acreditamos que isso dará bons resultados.
Thank you. I think we have started with 10 minutes of delay, so we could have short question from the audience, if you have any. Please, you could start directly. No question? Yes, I think, yeah, the microphone is just, yeah.
That was the question. So I think I think Vanessa kind of responded to it in her presentation already. But each of the case studies or different circumstances that have been shared with us from Indonesia, from Japan, from different parts of the world as well, from Quebec. I think everybody has a slightly different approach to what needs actually to be sustainable and what needs funding. So I think, I wonder whether beyond what's just in infrastructure in terms of technology, we need to agree on what are the critical factors for success. Some have been mentioned here. I think Tanzil was talking about integrity, for example. So I wonder whether we need to have an agreement beyond just the fact that there is no fees for authors and readers. What are the critical factors for success? So also Francis mentioned, the researchers need to want to publish in the journals. I wonder whether there is some level of conversation about, what are the critical factors for success of Diamond, so that then we can determine what infrastructure can provide that sustainability as well. So that is my question for the panel.
I think I've already said a lot, but I think for me, what's really critical is something that Ariana said. It's about this collective responsibility. That's the success for going forward. So we will benefit from open science, and we have policies, we have services, we have infrastructure, lots of activities, lots of engagement. So sustaining this going forward, that's in our interest, right? So how can we do our bits in our communities to put that on the agenda, and to think, how can we make a difference? How can we do our bit? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I may add that we still have to do some education to make sure that community exists, that people understand that they are part of the solution. So community of practices are important, and journals need that. The editors want that. So we see that with our network. They want to share solutions with other editors. And when I said too that it was important to recognize the fact that we publish in our journals, in a way, the journals, it's important too that we recognize the work that professors do. It's a contribution in kind that is very important to sustain the system. And if you're evaluating a paper, most of the time it's not recognized in your promotion or whatever. So it needs to be as important as publishing. You have to assess some work of other researchers so it works. And we have to change the system in that way, because now it's published, but not assess the publications of others. So that's part of the solution as well.
Thank you. Online, do you want to add something, Shahrukh?
Yeah, I want to add something. Thank you. A very good question that, finally, what is that we have a consensus on the critical factors. As we discussed that it's apart from the governance, I feel that there are, multiple models for making it more sustainable in terms of the funding. Like we already said, we can have consortia, we can have shared models. Apart from that, what we can do is, suppose we try to have the open data for our, the researchers, we just try to have some kind of competitiveness which is built around making this open data accessible in terms of solving the societal challenges, wherein the private partners can always jump in for the part of the corporate social responsibility corpus which they already have as 2%. They can also bridge in that gap of making the funding models more sustainable. Apart from that, as also mentioned by the other panelists, the policy support is definitely important from the funders, from the institutions, from the government. But the important part is whatever we are doing, how are we trying to assess the quality of that? So for example, the peer review has to be rigorous, the editorial independence, there's no encroachment in terms of, just saying that this has to be published. And also how far my infrastructure is interoperable from cross-border, coordination. For example, maybe with South-South coordination, maybe with Global South coordination. So these factors are very important apart from the academic incentives and also making it more, equity and inclusive oriented. So these factors are very important in terms of making it truly diamond open access, which is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that. No more comments online. Okay, so I think we could stop here. I would like to thanks very much every panelist for all your expertise on that. I think we highlight here very clearly that sustainability is really a collective responsibility and shared responsibility. That we need to explore different mechanisms and to allow this diversity of mechanisms, including through regional contexts. We also discuss this need of cross-border interoperability, and thank you, Shahrukh, for bringing this. And I think as a takeaway, at least on my side, I keep this amount about 100 million for subscription for one countries compared to 6 million a year to sustain a large variety of infrastructures. So again, we know that the money is already on the landscape, in the landscape, and so we need to find new mechanisms to sustain better open science infrastructure. Thank you again. Thank you to our online.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank Zoe, the convener of this session, and also all the speakers for an excellent and thought-provoking session. And we greatly appreciate their efforts in advancing open community-driven system. May I now invite Lydia and Dr. Anuradha Agarwal, ma'am, to kindly, as a token of appreciation on behalf of organizers, we would like to honor the speakers here. I also invite the conveners to join. Dr. Uma and Ashley, please come. Yeah, now we will be moving on to the poster session that will be chaired by Milani, and the colleague Dr. Shankar will be there with her, and I will invite Milani to take over. This is for poster session. It is between 11 to 11:30.
So my friends, this is the time to meet the people that have prepared these 4 fantastic posters. It's just going to be on your left-hand side, and we'll be waiting for you for this presentation. Delphine Crubillier from the CNRS is going to be there. Fernando Cesar Igoza from the University of Guadalajara, Mexico is going to be there. Lena Shan from DOAJ and Ablaz Mohammed Shayman from the Sabriata Press India are going to be there. So grab a cup of coffee, join us. We're going to have 4 fantastic presentations about these posters. See you soon.
So since we started, it's at 11:10 now, 11:11. So 10 minutes, the next session will start at exactly at 11:40. I request Momita can get ready for the next session at 11:40, Momita. Thank you.
Não, o preço. Nós temos que não tínhamos copias para pagar já. Ele até estava a dizer que nós encontramos esse dia, ele até aceitou, ele podia ser em dólares. Ficamos naquela, doutora Eurico tinha aceitado dizer qualquer coisa. Agora só vou assumir.
Porque aqui, por exemplo, já nos cobraram coisa
Porque
e
ele sabe que agora tu já não tens alternativa ao entrar, ele sabe que ele quer te puxar.
Sim.
Agora já bastaste, não tem alternativa.
já não, mas aqui é mesmo assim.
E nós podemos
Só
não
que
pagar
é
a
quase
O
toda
valor
parte
do eles têm uma taxa
em toda parte.
mas o problema é eles não
Tivemos
falarem,
em
no dia que
Genebra,
nós entramos.
tivemos em Genebra, na Suíça, tem também um colega foi assim, nós pagamos tudo de uma vez. E ele como não tinha dinheiro trocado, teve que trocar por cada dia, a taxa aumentava.
E depois, assim, as taxas de final de semana são mais
Diferentes.
diferentes dos dias de semana. E quando há, por exemplo, tem, já se aperceberam que tem cineira, o quê?
Não, tem muita procura, né? Realmente o hotel está
E
cheio.
o hotel está cada dia enchendo,
mais?
mas quando nós chegamos estava vazio, mas parece que agora...
Então, porque pode ser que não seja só essa cúpula, tem outras. E eles vão vendo o preço ali também, é outro, aumenta. Então, é sempre bom quando vocês chegam, pagar já.
Nós podemos não pagar até a sexta-feira. Tá porque vamos sair, vamos chegar de manhã, vamos sair de manhã, arrumamos as nossas malas.
E não vais tomar banho para ir ao aeroporto, vais andar o dia
Eu vou
todo.
assim.
Vai ficar todo dia de pé.
Não, vamos no turno.
Mas ainda
Tá bem,
assim,
mas quando
você
você
não vai
tá-
sair meia-noite.
daqui meia-noite.
Normalmente serviço.
Não, fico, guardo.
Elisa, nós vamos agora lá em cima. As coisas. Aí os escutadores não têm que devolver aí?
Acho que não voltamos aqui, não? Doutor Alice, podemos subir?
Ontem, Elisane, quando tiraste a minha pasta, eu deixei o meu bloco aí. Já tinha uma anotação e ficou. Acho que
Vamos.
sim.
Não vão precisar desse, essa coisa de...
O escutador não vai ser preciso lá em cima.
Hello.
No, at least when I'm seated, I use the table to cover my legs. Selecting the best one to share. No, that's okay. It's okay. It's a summary of all our support. So it's on projects, collaboration. Then our metadata. It's a summary of services and all the collaborations that we have.
I hope there will be displayed at some point on the
It's
website.
going to be,
It will just stay.
yeah,
Okay.
and even on the agenda, there are links. They put up the links. So when you click on it, you have all our posters. We've also partnered with the European project. Almaty, Diamonds, Craft Away.
Yeah.
I think we are there everywhere.
Well, you need to be everywhere. They are very connected.
Yeah.
Projects.
We have partnered, where we are also part of the EDCH.
Yeah.
Capacity.
I began to go there like last week. I registered and as we were in the registry, so I had access to the forum. It's very interesting.
The EDS. Now, you're doing.
Hello. Dear delegates, I request all of you to kindly take over your seats. We are going to start the next session. I also request all the delegates who are outside the hall to kindly come and join inside the hall. We are going to start the next session. The third, this is a thematic tracks, track B and B, medicine, public health and life sciences, humanities, arts and social sciences. This will be conveyed by Momita, Senior Research Analyst, DST Center for Policy Research, Indian Institute of Science, India. She is a research fellow of RORI, UK and India. Come, Momita, please.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's still morning, so I can still say good morning. But I would first request all of our panelists to come here. And this is it is a very diverse panel. So I even don't know what will be the common thread that is between all of this diverse panelists and their discipline. So I am calling it as more as an open dialogue between various discipline, and through this panel probably we will be able to come up we will be able to find some common threads that which connects all these various discipline, and how then the diamond model can be implemented in various disciplines. And that is what we are expecting from today's panel. And this panel, we have structured it a little differently. The opening remarks are not that short. So each panelist will tell their perspective, tell their stories, and also give how the connection can also be built between the different disciplines through their talks. So each panelist will have 10 to 12 minutes. Yeah, I will be a little strict. After 12 minutes, I'm going to be a little strict. So you have to finish in 12 minutes. And the panelists will also introduce themselves from which perspective they are coming in. So yeah, so let me start. And our first speaker for today's session is Solange. She's from Latin America, Claxo. Please put the slide too.
Hi, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this track. Well, my name is Solange Victory. I'm representing the Latin American Council of Social Sciences, CLACSO, where I work in the area of publications and editorial production. First of all, I would like to bring warm greetings to you all from our Executive Director, Pablo Romero. You may listen to him yesterday at his recorded video at the opening, and also from our Publications Director, Fernanda Pampin. And there's a very special person I would also like to thank very, very much. That is our DOA specialist and mentor at CLACSO, that is Dominique Babini. She's also in the international international committee organizing this summit, and she has helped us so much for our participation and the Argentinian and CLACSO's delegation in this summit. So thank you very much, Dominique. Well, I will read my opening remarks as to stay focused on the key point, because I don't want to lose my track. So let me begin. This is the clicker. Well, this track invites us to reflect on diamond open access in the social sciences, the humanities, and the arts, and also about how these publishing models can contribute to a broader cross-disciplinary shift away from commercial dependency, including other fields of knowledge such as health and life sciences. I would like to do so from CLACSO's concrete institutional experience, an experience of nearly 3 decades devoted to the defense of what is called diamond open access, but in our region we prefer to call non-commercial open access. CLACSO is a network of almost 1,000 research and teaching centers in the social sciences and humanities, based in 56 countries, mainly Latin America and the Caribbean, but we, as you can see in the map, spread also to other regions of the world, Europe, Africa, and Asia too. 28 years ago, with the creation of the Claxo Virtual Library in 1998 and the Digital Repository in 2002, the Council made a clear institutional decision. Non-commercial open access would be the standard for the circulation of all its publications, journals, and books. Today, this trajectory is reflected in a catalog of more than 1,800 publications, a repository with more than 100,000 texts from all over Claxo network, all under Diamond Open Access, of course, and we receive nearly 5 million consultations each year. Based on this experience, we can show that Diamond Open Access can work at scale, but only when it's treated as a collective strategy, not just a technical fix or an editorial experiment. This means addressing non-commercial open access as an institutional policy. And this is based, I will come back later to this idea, on two principles for us that, well, you have been mentioning a lot during these days too, that is scientific sovereignty and knowledge as a public good. Latin America and the Caribbean had built public non-commercial infrastructures at scale, such as Cielo, Redalic, Amelica, and La Referencia, and well as our own Claxo virtual DOA repository. And for this, in the Diamond route, our region has emerged as a key political actor. What is crucial in these Latin American and Caribbean infrastructures is that they are not dependent on short-term projects or temporary funding schemes, or not only depending on these kind of schemes, but instead they are deeply connected to the political traditions of public universities and regional cooperation. For example, you know that Redalic was firstly founded by the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico, or Latindex by UNAM, you know. In this sense, Diamond Open Access in Latin America is the result of a long-term institutional decision, and is based and connected to political traditions of regional cooperation. And Claxo's, our own commitment with this model, is rooted in this public and cooperative tradition. Well, I missed this slide, sorry. Our Diamond Open Access in Claxo publishing model rests on three pillars. The first, as says in the graphic, is the organic integration between the editorial program and the digital repository. This is editorial perspective and values and principles, and then a technical part. From an editorial perspective, access is conceived as epistemic openness. Some of our guiding principles are the active defense of Spanish and Portuguese as scientific languages, and the varieties of French, English, and other dialects that are talked in and spoken in the Caribbean and in Central America. Inclusion and diversity as a guiding principle. Gender equity, not only for our authorship, but also in editorial boards, peer review processes, and citation systems. And from a technical perspective, well, we operate on open infrastructures as the ones you mentioned for your own repositories, you know, DSpace, standardized Dublin core metadata, OAI PMH interoperability. And also we use a self-archiving system for the member institutions of our network to upload their books, their journals, their documents, and their metadata by their own to our repository. The second pillar, as I have already mentioned as crucial for Latin America and the Caribbean, is our structural collaborative culture. This cooperation is built with other academic publishers, regional indexing networks that enhance visibility and access, and with networks of university presses that promote Diamond Open Access in Spanish and Portuguese. For example, we hold a long-standing collaboration with Redalic since 2009 to release in our repository more than 1,000 social sciences and humanities journals in DOA. Well, we also have joint work with Latindex through FOLEC on editorial training, for example, and political positioning. and a lot of other collaborations and actions with Cielo, La Referencia, Amelica. And this trajectory had expanded through the creation of the Ibero-American Council of University and Academic Publishing in 2025. This is an agreement that began in the Guadalajara Fair Book in 2024, and we crystallized in this council the last year. And today, this council brings together more than 500 publishers committed to the academic recognition of open access books and journals. And we think that this is what shows this kind of processes, that Diamond Open Access is not an utopia, but an institutional practice made possible by political decisions. Because, for example, a lot of publishers that were not previously, academic publishers that were not previously familiar with the Diamond route, due to this agreement and this council that we create, have begun to release their publications in open access. These are concrete examples, small but concrete actions toward the dissemination of this model. And this positioning also extends to the Global South. Claxo has been steadily strengthening strategic alliances with a lot of international consortiums, like CODESRIA in Africa, or some actions with the Arab Council of Social Sciences. Also here, FOLEC with Mumita in the Indian Institute of Science, collaborations with the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, among others. And in this sense, we welcome the holding of this summit last year in South Africa and now in India, because we think this is a firm step toward consolidating shared agendas from the Global South. These alliances are not only about circulation of our contents. We think that it's about co-creating criteria, infrastructures, standards that recognize the social relevance of science produced in our own context. Well, and the third pillar, and maybe the most decisive one, is the reform of the research assessment system. Because as long incentives remain anchored in impact factor, openness alone will have limited effects. I will not expand on this, but in 2019, Claxo created FOLEC, the Latin American Forum of Research Assessment, to promote these fair, situated, and socially relevant models of evaluation. Today at 2 p.m., its current coordinator, that is here, Judith Neidorf, you surely know her, is going to talk about the details and the ongoing actions of this program, and we invite you all to go listen to her. Well, and to finish, I want to say that all this model is sustained by a basic conviction. Knowledge is not a commodity, as I have already said, but a human right and a common good. And in the face of the structural inequalities of the traditional system of scholarly communication and the advance of open access model captured by APCs, we think that non-commercial open access stands as the only sovereign model. It does not charge to read or to publish. It keeps publishing in the hands of academic institutions, and it has demonstrated its democratizing potential. For example, for our analytics, we know that a significant share of readers from our publications are non-academic publics who access these materials as citizens to understand social and political issues, for example. Well, of course, many challenges and unresolved tensions remain, but at Claxo we believe that these tensions can only be addressed collectively. In the social sciences and the humanities, and this I think it's a good point to continue to dialogue with the health and life sciences in this panel, this debate is existential because defending non-commercial open access means defending the very conditions of knowledge production in our disciplines, biodiversity, multilingualism, and social relevance. And in this struggle, non-commercial, cooperative, and sovereign diamond open access is not for Claxon institutional preference, it's a political responsibility. And well, this is our commitment and it will continue to be. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Solans, for such a nice presentation. And we can see that if there is a community, then the community can sustain diamond models, and Claxo has proved. So there is so much to learn. But from this learning, we will now come to India, and we have Dr. Sanjay Pai. Well, apart from being a doctor, he practices in one of the hospitals nearby. He just jumped into the metro and came here to tell us a story about a journal that he runs. He's the editor of that journal, and that follows the Diamond Open Access model. So that's a very interesting journey and story. So let's hear from Sanjay.
Thank you, Sridhar, and thank you, Momita, for inviting me today. And thank you, Nishant, for telling me that he's going to take less than 10 minutes and I can have his extra time to talk. I'm an ex-editor of the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics, and I'm what is now called a working editor. I'm one of the editorial board which runs the journal. Okay, I have no conflicts of interest except to state that I'm associated with the National Medical Journal of India, Current Science, Indian Journal of Cancer. And that's in one line because all of them are open access diamond journals. Also, the Journal of Clinical Pathology, which is a British journal, but that is a paywall journal. About half or possibly more than half of my research and opinion has been published in diamond open access journals for the last quarter century. So the story is in 1992 or 93, a group of doctors were sitting together and doing what they do best, complain and crib. And they were talking about corruption in the Maharashtra Medical Council when somebody said, all you guys do is complain. That doesn't change things. Why don't you get in and fight the battle and try to change it? That's the only way to make a difference. So they stood for elections and lost. But from that loss came this idea that they should form a group, and they formed a group called the Forum for Medical Ethics Society in Bombay. And immediately they started a newsletter, which was a quarterly. Once in 3 months, they'd come out with a small newsletter called Medical Ethics. The journal was formed by these 5 founders, maybe 6 of them. It was renamed Issues in Medical Ethics in 1995. And in 2003, the same thing was renamed Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. The Indian Journal of Medical Ethics has been a peer-reviewed newsletter and then a journal right from day one. And to our great surprise, in 2005, purely by chance, while looking up Medline for something, I discovered that we were indexed. We had not even applied for indexing, but we were indexed by the National Library of Medicine. We discovered later what had happened was the National Library of Medicine had contacted Georgetown University in Washington, DC, and asked them to recommend a good journal in medical ethics. And they said, there's this journal from India, which is very good. We recommend that you index it. What's more, they said, you know what Medline does? They index journals only prospectively. Georgetown University said this is such a good journal that you should retrospectively index it. So all our articles right from 1993 have been indexed. It's also on the Philosopher's Index, which is the Medline of philosophy journals. It's on Scopus too. The Indian Journal of Medical Ethics has been free full text online from 2000 or 2001. I forget exactly which year. But what that meant was the moment we went free full text online, our journals, our subscriptions went down. We were at 1,000 subscriptions. We straight went down to 250, and that's been a number we've been stuck at. Because when you are offering our journal to you for free, why would you want to spend money and subscribe to it? That's what many people think. Our entire archive of the last 32 years is open access. 33 years now is still open access. Anybody across the world can access it. All issues have been released on time in the first month of the quarter. There have been no break ever, including during COVID, and there have been no combined issues. So we managed to do all of this. We've had 7 editors-in-chief over the last 32 years. All of them have been medical doctors by education. I said by education because 1 or 2 of them have been social scientists who done their medical studies and they never practiced medicine for a single hour in their life. They've been in social science research. This is unlikely to happen in future because this editor has been an editor now for the last 12 years. For the last 2 years, he's been wanting to get off, but we are not able to get a good replacement for this editor. But it's likely that this next editor will be a non-medical person. So our editors on the editorial board and the contributors consist of doctors who unfortunately are in a minority. And I say unfortunately because of the 5 or 6 guys who formed the journal initially, 5 out of 6 of them were doctors. 1 was a pharmacologist. Now, doctors are in a minority, but we have a lot of activists, lawyers, journalists, social scientists from different fields such as anthropology, gender studies, philosophers, and so on. And we have a healthy balance of men, women, what have you, forming the committee. We're very proud of the fact that we have a broad spectrum of articles that we accept, right, on medical education, artificial intelligence, palliative care, predatory journals, corruption, complementary medicine, so on. You'll see that I put an asterisk at the word promotions. And I say that because the Medical Council of India came out with an article, came out with guidelines on promotions in medical colleges. And one of the editors and I disagreed with, everybody across the country disagreed with it. But while everybody was complaining, we wrote an editorial pointing out what was wrong with those guidelines. And we got an email from the Medical Council of India saying, we see your point and we're going to have a meeting and change those rules. They did it. Again, they made mistakes. So again, we had another editorial criticizing them. And this time they set up a committee and they invited me to join that committee. And so we made the rules which the Medical Council of India has accepted, which is now being in vogue in the country. So we can make a difference this way. We invite diverse views. We have a broad spectrum definition of health and human ethics because we also have humanities in it. And obviously, as the name tells you, Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. We have a lot of papers from India and from LMICs, but also from the Western world. Every year from 1993, we have thought, this is it. We run out of money. We'll have to fold up this year. I kid you not. I'm being very, very honest when I tell you. Every year, it's the same story. We are almost out of money. And then some miracle happens and we survive one more year. We have a staff strength of 2 and there's one part-time employee who get low salaries, who are non-medical people, but who've been with us from between 4 and 15 years, only because they believe that they're important to the cause. And they believe that if they move out, which is true, if they move out, the journal could collapse because they're performing a very, very important editorial task. They're doing it because they believe civil society benefits from their work. All of us editors do voluntary pro bono work and obviously financially support the journal as well. How do you raise money for a journal? By advertisements. As far as I recall, in the last 32 years, we have not received a single advertisement because somebody wanting to sell textiles is not going to advertise in a medical ethics journal. And as for pharma, by definition, we cannot accept pharma money. We obviously cannot accept alcohol and tobacco money. The government is not interested at all. They are just, it's just words. We are interested in medical ethics. But you ask them for money, sorry, they don't have that. And because of FCRA requirements, we cannot get funding from abroad. So it has to be an Indian only who can donate in rupees. But why do we still do it? All of us. All of us have full-time jobs and we're still spending our extra time doing this because all of us believe that health and healthcare should be a fundamental human right, and information and knowledge related to health should also be a fundamental human right and should be easily and freely accessible to all. The practice of medicine and of science must be rooted in ethics. So how do you survive? Like I said, with incredible difficulty, it's an uphill task. We are always on the edge of financial collapse. This is one of the guys who supported us. His name is, interestingly, Richard Cash. Okay, and he's been giving us a lot of cash over the years until October 2024 when he passed away. Richard Cash is a citizen of America, India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and many more countries. He spent a lot of time in India and in Bangladesh, and all of you know about a discovery that he made. He's a world leader in medical ethics, and that's why he supports us. But he is one of the 2 guys who discovered oral rehydration therapy for the treatment of cholera in Bangladesh in 1969. He and David Nallin. So Richard's invention is supposed to have saved 50 million lives. And I say, Richard, you have saved 50 million lives and 1 journal because he keeps donating money for us. Others who have contributed to the journal, Rohini Nilekani, the wife of the software guru, Nanda Nilekani, she has contributed thrice to help develop the website. Makes sense, right? Software person helping out with a website. Shamiran Nandi, the annex editor of the journal. In fact, he was editor just before me. He has paid for subscriptions from his pocket to numerous, I think more than 100 medical colleges in India, just because he believes the message must be put out. And many of us pay from our own pocket. Recent experience, I told you, there are a minority of doctors on the board. One of them is a surgeon. He had operated on a patient, was very happy with him and said, Doc, I'd like to donate money to a charity of yours, name it. So he said, can you donate to the Forum for Medical Ethics Society? And he said, okay, he donated money. Another editorial board member's son. This is a 17-year-old boy who found that somebody was being bullied in his class in school. So he stood up for that guy, fought for him, and solved the problem. When the mother of that boy heard about it, she got in touch with the mother of this boy and said, I'm so grateful to you and your son for having helped out. You, because you obviously taught him the right values. And says, I would like to make a donation of 5 lakh rupees. That's 500,000 rupees to any charity of your choice. Name it and I'll give it. And she said, Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. So we got an unexpected lifeline from that. I recently had a class get together. And obviously we put in money together, had this get together. End of it, there was some money remaining. And I told the guys, you know, we can't return a little money back to all of you. It's so inconvenient. Can you instead donate it to my society? So they said yes, but one of my friends also said it's a very good idea. I'm also running a charity. Can you donate to that? And so the money got split into 2 ways, which I'm okay with because that was also a good cause. But I only wish he had had that idea a day after they gave me the money. Anyway, so Orient Black Swan, the publisher, has given us a lot of money from their CSR funds. And how does this work? The owner of Orient Blackman is a friend of an ex-editor of the journal and respects the journal and the person very much. And so they've been repeatedly putting in money for us. We organized something called the National Bioethics Conference. The first one was in 2005. We expected 50 delegates. Who's going to come for an ethics conference, we thought? 353 registered and more than 300 of them attended all 3 days of the conference. We've had 10 NBCs, that's National Bioethics Conferences since then. And in all of these conferences, we charge minimal fees, you know, I think 1,000 rupees or something for the conference, but there is some money remaining and that goes into our coffers. The last 3 NBCs, unfortunately, have been online because of COVID, and so we've not made any money. But we're planning to go offline or a real conference from next year again. So hopefully we'll make some money from that too. And after every conference, donations come in, subscriptions come in, eyeballs come in, so it helps. The obvious solution is to not be free full text online and pass it on to a publisher. And we have all these big publishers approaching us all the time. They know we put in a lot of work over the last 30 years, are running a very good internationally known journal. They want to run it for us. But A, we will lose our editorial independence. And B, a publisher is going to be in it for profit. I don't blame him or her. So he's going to have APC or paywall journal, and that's against our principles. So we've been saying no, but we remain friends, all these guys with us. So APC is the other thing, which is not a viable proposition in LMIC. There was a poster outside just now saying the same thing. It's just not viable for us. We don't have the money. There's obviously a huge conflict of interest for the publisher because he's going to accept the paper because they're going to get paid for it. It goes against our very philosophy, like I said. And finally, I have absolutely no doubt that in my own field of medicine and pathology, I've seen substandard papers being published only because I think they are APC papers. So the moment you get onto our website, this comes up. We are sustained by donation and voluntary payment. Please pay what you can. And you'd imagine it says pay what you can. You can pay minimal amount, every little bit counts. But we made in 2025, 37,000 rupees only from that. That's about $400 US. We made the equivalent of $3,100 US to subscriptions. And then we survive on things like, you know, we needed a laptop badly, which costs money, which we don't have. But a friend of mine donated his used working condition laptop. So that was money saved. We need about 25 lakh rupees or 28,000 US to survive this year. Next year, obviously, with inflation, is going to go up. We'll survive this year, we know, because of these last 2 guys who have helped out. Next year, Momita might not call me because the journal may not exist, but we'll see. So this is one of the problems that we have. Everybody wants to donate money, everybody wants to help out. But when it comes out to, you want to give your charitable dollar, are you going to give it to feed an orphan? People say yes. Will you give it to help an inhabitant of an old age home? People say yes. Will you help run a philosophy journal? Come on. Who's going to help a philosophy journal when you can help or feed somebody? This is last week. I made my first lot of slides and then had this conversation with my neighbor, and he's a potential donor, and he's telling me how to decide between donating money to your organization, which he has heard of without me, he's heard of it through somebody else, or for HIV treatment of under 18 children. And if I donate for treatment of HIV patients under 18, my company is going to give a matching donation and make it 2x. Sanjay, what do you think I should do? What am I going to say? Obviously, even I would opt for the second, but that means the journal takes a beating. So unfortunately, the IJME model is probably not replicable because it's just chance that people from diverse fields from across a large country have come together with common views and opinions. It may not be easy to replicate elsewhere. It's just chance. Diamond open access is the most ethical, but honestly, the least sustainable model. We had 525 medical colleges in India 4 years ago. There are 820 now. And by the time I get off this, there'll be probably one more at the rate we are going. But libraries should subscribe to that. Relatives can give subscriptions to medical students. There are other institutions also which would be interested in the articles, humanities, law, STEM departments, and so on. So the way ahead, and I'm on my last 2 slides, somebody had this bright idea, get a consultant who will talk to people and raise money. Said, brilliant idea, except for one thing. The consultant says, I'd like to be paid upfront for me to raise money for you, which is a catch-22 situation. Because I don't have money, I'm coming to you. And if you're asking me for money, where's that money going to come from? So that was goodbye to that consultant. So now we formed a small committee to approach specific groups of people, senior doctors, friends, and the friends will stop talking to you after that. Relatives have no choice. You have to continue being a relative. The person on the street, the CSR arms of companies, Rotary Club, Lions Club, all of these you have to approach because the subject of medical ethics concerns and affects each and everybody in society. It's not just doctors, it's also patients. This is our latest issue. This is our website. It's www.ijme.in. Do look it up and well, do comment on it sometime. Thank you.
Well, I guess we are discussing so much about diamond sustainability and everything, but this is probably the real story that tells you what are the ground challenges. So why a conference, holding just a conference is not enough. We really have to go on ground, and maybe there is so much we have to do. Okay, I think, yeah, let's move on to the next speaker. And our next speaker, I think we are also moving the geographies. We were in Latin America, we came back to India, now we are moving back to Germany. Vinod, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Momita, and thank you, organizers, that I could be here. My name is Vinod, and I'm not German. I'm originally from India, and I work in Germany. So I represent dualities of being an Indian and working in Germany, but also represent another duality that I'm trained as a biomedical scientist, but I work and represent the libraries. So the Libraries Information Center for Science and Technology is also the German National Library for Science and Technology. So we were, or the library was involved in the DEAL consortium, which was important for the transformative agreements of 3 major publishers. And also the TIB runs open publishing platform, which is a Diamond Open Access platform, which is the TIB Open Publishing, which is headed by my colleague Xenia van Edig. I'm not going to talk about that, but I'm going to talk about Open Research Knowledge Graph and how that is also a kind of open access or Diamond Open Access Plus model, similar to what we have heard in the poster presentation. But before I start, I would also want to acknowledge very important communities, which is the Dalit, Bahujan, Adivasi communities, which were very instrumental in providing the knowledge about agriculture systems, because this conference is also dealing about how we can improve agriculture systems. And the women from Dalit, Bahujan and Adivasi communities were very, very instrumental in acquiring knowledge that was disseminated for several hundreds of years until science became really like organized into like how we see it now. So they were responsible for bringing up the civilizations that you see in this place and around in this geographical region. So with acknowledgement for them, I would like to start with a simple question. How many of you have used a physical map like that to come to this venue? By raise of your hands. Did you use a physical map? So none of you had used this physical map because this is physical map of Bangalore from 1930s. We don't use them, but we use something like that, which is in our devices. But this map is not like it's not a PDF representation of that in our devices. It has additional features like we can zoom in, we can see where the traffic is and at what time we will reach and if the place is open or not. So this is the impact that digitalization has had in our lives. We don't use PDF maps, but we use like very new technologies. But when we come to scholarly communication, we want to do 21st century research, but we are stuck with 20th century tools, and we are stuck in the 18th century model of dissemination. So 300 years ago, papers were printed, or like the first article that was disseminated was printed and sent to other scientists so that they can verify their claims. And even in times of Einstein, we have been doing the same thing. And 20 years ago, we have been doing, and until today, we are making better and better PDFs, but we are not making the flow of knowledge. So nothing much has changed in the past 300 years. Like we are still stuck in the 17th century model. And what this leads to is, you're all aware of that. It leads to many things like publication overflood, which is there's almost 2.5 million publications that are published every year. And not a million, not a billion, but trillions of money is spent in doing that research. And we also run into things like reproducibility crisis, predatory publishing, and so on and so forth, which I don't want to go into, but just to make the point that there's a lot of amount of publications that are produced. And if you want to find answers in a very niche field, it's even difficult to screen through all those articles. And this reminds me of one of the influential papers that it's published 2 decades ago by Baron Mons, who said, like, why bury it first and mine it, which means we are still burying every information inside a PDF, but we are very good at making better and better PDFs. And we end up just burying things, and then we have to mine again in order to ask for permission to commercial publishers, and we try to retrieve that information that we actually put in. Why not we start it in the stage when we even communicate that? So we could use knowledge graphs. So an example of knowledge graph would be that the title of this panel actually is a concurrent session or thematic track of this summit. And now you have like 2 entities which are connected by relation. And this summit is challenging APC models, an oligopoly of commercial actors, and also selective indexing, while it also supports biodiversity, collaborative governance, and public infrastructure. Now, these entities are related to each other by something. And when you have these entity and relationship map, that is how a knowledge graph is built, which is it's representing what is found outside into a knowledge graph, which would be important for semantic web, so that machines can crawl this information and then make some sense out of it with human intervention. Knowledge graphs are not new. They're just not being used for scholarly communication. So we need to, this is probably the time we need to rethink about scholarly communication. So we need to digitalize knowledge and not just documents. And in Germany, there's a law that facts cannot be copyrighted, which means scientific results that come out of a paper can be made into a statement and made, like you can convert that into a statement in the knowledge graph, and that cannot be copyrighted. So only the content inside a closed access article is copyrighted, and you can just make use of knowledge graph in order to open up information. What happens in the knowledge graph is basically you see text dense article or PDF article on one side, and we extract salient features from this article, which you can't really see in detail, but there's metadata on one side where it represents the authors and the institutions and the date when it's published. And on the other side, you have salient features of this article, which is about some childhood diarrhea in Zanzibar. And so what kind of viruses is causing it, and which population is affected, and how long does this infection take place, and what is the mortality rate and so on. So those are salient features that are embedded or like it's hidden inside this text dense PDF, which can be extracted and presented in the knowledge graph. And what this makes is that these scholarly contributions then become both machine actionable and compliant to findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable principles. So that is what we do at the Open Research Knowledge Graph. Our vision is that the Open Research Knowledge Graph would act as a lighthouse in this whole publication flood. One of the major salient features within the Open Research Knowledge Graph is that when you extract salient features from different text-dense PDF articles, you can also compare them across different features. So what you see in the gray area is these properties that you're comparing against, and each of those orangish shades are each research article that was published on COVID-19 early during the pandemic. So you could see that it's from different places like Italy, Iran, and Singapore, and there's the dates in which it is published, and the reproductive estimates of the virus in the early stage is like differing across different places. So you can try and identify or compare and contrast and arrive at some policy decisions using such tools. As an early career researcher, one could also make use of this because most of early career researchers' work is involved in literature search. And when you do the literature search, you're not able to really show the progress of your work unless you do it in a systematic analysis way. So when you do that and then produce it as a knowledge graph, then what you can do is like cite it as a DOI. We mint DOIs for different comparisons. And you can also create visuals that would emerge from comparing different articles, which could otherwise not be found. This would point out to trends and knowledge gaps in different fields, particularly in ecology, because some of the ecology experiments are difficult to replicate. And the data collection is very expensive and labor intensive, and it also consumes a lot of time. But if you use such methods to visualize knowledge gaps and trends, it helps the ecology community to focus where they need to focus. And this is one such a snapshot of comparison, which is one of the heavily used features. But we also have something called as observatories, where communities come together and then they talk with our development team to say that there are certain features that they want. For example, they don't want to enter everything in the knowledge graph, but they have like a large CSV file, and then they just want the CSV file data to be converted into knowledge graph. And then our development team works together in order to do that. And some of the examples of this community are software engineering, information security, energy system research, and also innovation biology, or the ecologist group that I was talking about earlier. And in the ORKG, we do a crowd-based curation approach where everyone can create, edit, add, or reuse information inside, and each of those would have a persistent identifier. And yes, we come from TIB, we are in this privileged blinded way where we are minting DOIs for everything, but I'm aware of DOIs might not be the only way, but we do that. And if you want to convert your information into semantic way, we would be happy to help that. So we are also community governed, and this makes us more compliant to Diamond OA because we are a public good infrastructure, publicly funded, run by the German National Library for Science and Technology, and we have a community governance, and it's radically open, and it's free to use. Only catch is that you need to create an account because we need to know who is the provenance. We need to track the provenance of who enters information, and they need to get proper credit. And currently, we have around more than 50,000 papers created by around less than 5,000 users. If you remember from the first slide when I mentioned there are 2.5 million publications produced every year, but we have only arrived at 50,000 papers that are semantically described. And the reason is we do a lot of human curation, which means we don't rely on artificial intelligence systems. Every information that we have input is at least once checked by a human, and then that is when it enters our system. So it is a human curated knowledge graph, which means the strength of this is that it can argument a LLM model in not making it hallucinate. And that is basically this where we have this neurosymbolic AI with knowledge graph that would utilize machine intelligence with human intervention that could be powerful in order to like inhumanly read all the research articles that's been produced in the scholarship since the times when we started publishing. And we also have other service which is called as the Ask ORKG, which is very context-dependent large language model, which is an open source, and it uses vector search, and it is based on the 78 million records from the core database, which means it's a very scholarly record that this large language model is interacting. And if you find any hallucinations, then you can actually see, because it's also an open source, so you could see what is happening behind it. And there's another service which is called the TIB Assistant, which provides assistance to researchers in all the stages of the life cycle, which we have released this prototype, but we do run with problems because not every discipline is the same. And the research life cycle in different disciplines could have differences. And we are working with specific disciplines, primarily with computer science scientists, and we are expanding that to physics recently. One could then argue that we can capture all the static elements inside a PDF, but what about embodied knowledge? What about things that are non-textual? The TIB offers a service called as the AV portal, which where you can curate specific portions of the videos and create a persistent identifier, which can then be quoted. And that is provided by this TIB AV portal. So these are some of the services that we provide from the German National Library of Science and Technology, which goes beyond OEA. With that, I would conclude that it's time for us to rethink scholarly communication, where we work together with machines with a lot of human curation available. Yeah, I would stop there and take questions later.
Thank you, Vinod. I think it's a lot of information to process for us. And I think in the first day of the summit, we were discussing that if Diamond just follows the traditional publishing model, the chance of success is much more lesser. We have to bring something different. And that's probably another story of the difference. Okay, now we will move on to our next speaker, Nishant, the next speaker. And he will probably talk a lot about the life science and early careers perspectives. And yeah, okay, we are still minority as the doctors are minority, but still, I think in a panel there are 2 doctors at a time. It's really uncommon.
Well, thanks a lot, Momita. And as you rightly said, I think Dr. Sanjay and in fact, Solang and Vinod have already set the stage for the discussion here pretty well. So as Momita had already mentioned when she was sharing the notes, that we need to also introduce ourselves. So she already mentioned that I am a medical doctor, but then I have moved into research. And presently, I'm serving as an associate professor at the School of Medical Science and Technology at IIT Kharagpur. And in addition, I'm also honored and privileged right now to serve as the chair of the Indian National Young Academy of Science. To begin, just a brief about our academy. So essentially, we are daughter academy of the Indian National Science Academy, and we are having 119 members. So every year we are selecting young academicians from across the country through a very competitive process of screening, where we can select around 20 to 25 members depending on the number of available positions. So what I'm trying to discuss here is from the perspective of our young academicians and the challenges that we share. And specifically, I will be going through from the medical domain because I have been working in the biomedical field for quite some time now. And before I actually go into the topic, I just want to share one quotation which states that pandemics are not only biological crises, they are information crises. So what I'm trying to talk about is trying to explain what open data already delivers, what and where trust breaks down, and how equity by design can fix things across our surveillance through trials and publishing. We all know that open data very well works, and I think many of you here are aware of this epidemic intelligence from open sources from the WHO, which is covering a lot of countries, 120 countries, and it has been traditionally shown over the years that it is able to predict pandemics even before the national reporting bodies are able to do it, and even before like 1 to 2 weeks prior to the national informations that are being shared. But the problem there also, if you see, although there is a substantial increase in the sensitivity of these feeds, the challenges are from the LMIC countries because 1/3 of the LMIC countries are not able to contribute the data, and there are various reasons behind it. For example, there are concerns with data sovereignty, and also regarding the trust concerns that our present geopolitical situations are having. So although preparedness is important, but the technical gap is not the most important problem hindering this exchange of data. There are concerns and there are policy gaps which we need to certainly address. During the COVID pandemic, we have seen that data sharing helps us very well. And when the pandemic started, there were loads of information that were being shared across different countries. We were having more than 15,000 plus million plus data of the COVID sequences by 2023. And variant tracking was accelerated to within weeks. But unfortunately, the moment things started getting better, we found that the sharing of knowledge declined drastically. So essentially, that also indicates to the fact that voluntary goodwill probably is fragile. And so what we need to have within our framework is data reciprocity, which is linked to certain conditions. For example, I mean, we as researchers most of the times are dependent on funding. So what we can try and do is, of course, it has to be formulated in the proper way such that we are able to come together in such a way that the data sovereignty or the trust concerns are also addressed. But at the same time, we are able to share data, and that is kind of made important and essential so that we are able to share funds for our research as well. Otherwise, openness, to be very honest, will not survive, although we are talking about it quite a bit. In the context of clinical trials, if we see, the compliance has improved a lot over the recent past compared to maybe pre-2017. There has been a much higher compliance. But if you look at the data, also here in this case, the late stages of clinical trial data, the compliance is much lower. I think probably it's around some 40%, as opposed to 70 or 80%, as you can see in the US and the EU clinical trials registries. So the solution here probably is not to simply add on more mandates amongst the different countries. What we need is a smart enforcement. There could be solutions which we can adopt. We have AI, which is coming up in the big way. So AI-assisted compliance checks, tiered data access, and verifiable trial audits can be put in place, which will be ensuring accountability. And now this is something I think many of us have been talking about during this summit. And this is something very close to every researcher's heart. We have been talking about the global burden of article processing charges. And these are just average data that I'm possibly sharing. There are journals with very high impact factors, or the so-called impact as well, if it is not quantified in the impact factor terms, where the APCs are way, way higher than even this average of $2,000. But the thing is, most of the times, the LMIC countries and the corresponding authors from the LMIC countries are trying to seek for waivers or discounts, and probably waiver rates are usually in the average of around $500 or so. That probably also is not the case in many circumstances. The Planners Initiative has been coming up with a lot of ideas, and there are lots of diamond open access venues as well in 2026. But still, here we are discussing about what can be done in a better way to go ahead with our uh, concept of diamond open access. I was looking through some of the information which is already available, and just to highlight the extent of this APC publishing model and the challenges associated with this. So I find this interesting article by Frank et al. And if you see, it is showing this mirror to parent ratio, where mirror is the usage of open access data compared open access journals compared to the paid or the subscription based data. So as it is obvious, if you see, there are much higher numbers in North America compared to most of the other LMIC countries, where there is probably, if you see the sub-Saharan Africa or the Latin America and Caribbean, have much lesser number of open access publications, be it the single author publications that you see here, or if it's just the first author publications as well. So North America definitely sails through much higher, and this is closely linked to the economies of the different countries. So what I'm trying to say here is that open access ideally should try and democratize knowledge, but today it often is able to reproduce inequalities within our society, within our countries. And then definitely predatory publication is definitely sprawling, and we have been discussing the same thing over the last couple of days already. So what the idea is that if we are trying to come up with something, it requires, in terms of the ethical open access publications, we need to have transparent provenance, we need to have strong editorial responsibilities, and models that do not shift the burden of costs onto the people who are already overburdened in terms of their research fundings as well. So these are the vulnerable groups within research, and yet they are also paying the brunt of the challenges with fees like APCs or open access fees. So diamond open access is definitely, if it is possible to have a proper infrastructural background, then it could serve a very well placed alternative. And we just need to figure out what exactly could that alternative be. And that is probably where our summit here also is very important in terms of discussing the possibilities that we will have. Another important factor which many a times we tend to miss are the publication language barriers. So if you look across, I think overwhelming majority of the high impact journals that we are seeing are in English. So there are very few which are either in the regional languages or non-native. So definitely English being one of the common languages across borders, it will probably will have a lot of impact and will have a lot of people writing in that language. But at the same time, we need to promote our regional languages as well, in the manner that we are able to communicate within us in a much easier way. And then with the use of modern day tools, there are many things which can be combined together. Like, for example, here as well, when we are talking about our research, or we are talking about the challenges that we are facing, many of us are using our regional languages, and there are ways where everybody else is able to hear it in their language of choice. So we should try and utilize technology in this perspective, such that we are able to come up with a common platform where we can bring together people from different communities. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that we need to have open data, which is known to save time and lives. Equity requires trust, and not extraction, which is the way with the open access publications these days. And transparency is not something which is just going to be enforced, but it has to be aspirational. So everybody needs to feel the need, and everybody has to be brought onto the common platform such that we are able to work together uh, for publications and bring research to the forefront rather than keep complaining about this present situation. And with this, I would like to end my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishant. And I think there is some important point that he brought up that actually resonates with what Vinod told, because see, data is not copyrighted. So we can at least even start from putting the data out in open. Of course, there are consideration needed to be thought about, but one point the diamond can have one added advantage, and that's the data part. Okay, now I think we are really kind of short on time, and so I will invite our last speaker, and after that we will take some audience question. Mustafa, now we're moving to Bangladesh. Mustafa, please.
Thank you very much. So I think it's almost nearly 1. So good afternoon. So this is Mustafa Ajab Kamal. I am a professor at Bangladesh Open University. So I work for TTCon's Bangladesh chapter as a country representative, and I'm involved with the policy development. So there are a lot of challenges in developing the policies and implementing the policies. And also I have my co-worker actually in open movement in Bangladesh, Sushmita Das. She already presented the open access data and science publications. So I will just focus on the challenges, how we can mitigate the challenges by the policy development and policy implementation. Okay, so let me, this is Bangladesh, a very small country and a huge population. Density is very high. So we, as an economy, it is a just developing economy, like just India and the neighboring countries. So what are the actually status of access to educational resources in Bangladesh? So if you think about the up to the 10th grade education, so government is providing the textbooks. So government spend huge money on producing the textbooks. So we cover almost 370 million plus students. They get the textbook on the first day of the year, and government spends huge money. You see USD 159 million for that. But the textbooks are copyrighted. So the interesting point is here that Bangladesh Open University also have the secondary level education programs. So what government providing to other public or private schools, but Bangladesh Open University is offering the same program, but we have to produce the textbooks by ourselves again. So we are following the curriculum which the National Textbook Board is following. So you see the repetition of the materials, printing the materials is happening there, and additional public money is spent because of the copyright issues. So these books are copyrighted, so these are not published under any license. And the second is if you go to the higher education, you will find the dependency on the foreign books, which are copyrighted. And because of that, the teachers are referring to the foreign books. And usually, since these are copyrighted and expensive, the students doesn't have that much capacity to buy it. So almost you can see 68% students. There was a survey in I think 2016 by Commonwealth of Learning. So we found that 68% students, they cannot afford. So that's why they use the photocopied books, the photocopied foreign books. There is a market called Nilkhet. So the photocopied books are available, and then they usually use the photocopied books. So it's a kind of, sometimes it's a copyright issue is there, but the students are forced to buy it because the teachers are referring to these books. And localization is not that much available there. So that's why the cases, everything the students are following from these foreign materials. And if you come to the research points, so you'll find the subscription to the journals is done by some institutions. So government doesn't have any arrangement for that. Institutions sometimes subscribe, and the amount spent there is very low. It's a 0.33 million almost. So the access to paper journals is limited because the subscription is very low. But government got some funding. They provide some funding to public universities and private universities. They are using their funds. But the problem is those research funds are going to the teachers or the scientists or the researchers who will publish in a high index journal. So they are getting that money as a reward, and also they can spend this money to pay the publication cost or publication fees. So you see the motivational part of all these kind of arrangements. So I can just skip this slide. So we can see that in terms of readiness in Bangladesh, the mobile penetration is very high. So almost 95% got access to mobile smartphones, and internet access is very nice. But the problem is the motivation. If you think they're ready, so they can use the open access materials or resources. But since the institutions are not supporting this kind of access or using the open access resources or open educational resources, that is the challenge, because the teachers are not motivated enough. They usually publish in the paywall journals, and they are rewarded from the institution to publish there. And institutions are competing each other to have a rank in the world rankings. So in that case, so if you look at the ranking matrices, so you'll find that there is a big weight on the research publications. So if they publish in the Diamond Open Access journals, so they are afraid that in terms of achieving the good rank, it will be a challenge. So that's why the teachers are not motivated that much. The main problem is teachers' mindset is also a big problem. So we did a study recently, and Commonwealth of Learning published that article. So you can see that the mediating role of the teachers and the institutional leaders' mindset got a significant influence on the adoption of open educational resources or open educational practices. In fact, is very much impacted by the mindset. So whatever their preparation is, but the mindset is very rigid. They don't like to move. So in this context, actually, what we need to do. So reform, I don't think that reform is enough. We have to go for a kind of transformation, because they normally, they don't like to unlearn their mindset or their level of understanding about open learning. They are fearing that the quality of open resources is not that much high. But even they never try to see what is the value of the open resources. So that's why actually there is no alternative to go for the open policies. So it is really important. So in terms of the access to internet by the students, teachers, so they are ready. And if we can promote the open access at the university level or at other level, it will be helpful. So the journey started in 2013, and up to now, we have 26 universities. They got the policy drafted already. So how we do it? Because few people work in Bangladesh, Shushmita Dash, me, and very few people. We are motivated by ourselves, so we are not getting any support from the institutions. Sometimes we get the support from Commonwealth of Learning, Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia. Some support usually I got from UNESCO. So that's how we conduct this kind of policy development process. So what we do, we don't draft the policy in the beginning. So we conduct a workshop, 2 or 3 day workshop in the beginning with the colleagues of the university. And then we, on the 4th day or 3rd day, we sit with the university policy level people, all the stakeholders. And then we have a template. So we give the template to them and they do some group works on different sections of the policy and the policy becomes ready. And then we go for some follow-ups. So up to now, we, what I said that we had already during COVID, it was very nice because everybody was started to believe that open resources are very much important. So since they are using these things on the online platforms, they were supposed to use. So that's why they were a little bit motivated and we use that time. So University Grants Commission supported that and Commonwealth Educational Media Center supported to do some capacity building and develop the policies. So after the policy is done, we did a survey. Afterwards, we found that, yes, you see the people started to think that the open access is very much important and about the quality of works, they are now very much convinced and the institutional policies matters. And so they are very much convinced with the institutional policy because policy is a commitment. So if the institution got the committee, institutional leaders, they got the commitment, then it is very easy. So, but we thought that it is better to approach it at national level. So we approached the ministry that we already drafted a policy and it was through the consultation, national consultation process. We had the policy and submitted it to the ministry. So it is still under a kind of bureaucratic delay. So we hope that we will get it. So we submitted it in 2017. So up to now, it is not approved, but we expect that it will be approved soon. So that's how if the government got a commitment and they will tell other institutions to go for that. So that is what we are trying. And we are going for some capacity workshops and some repositories are there, especially Shushmita in her presentations told that a lot of repositories has been developed. So all the universities and research institutions, they got the repository. So mostly DSpace repository, DSpace-based repository, but in some organizations or institutions, they are not, they have the repositories, but they are not using any license, open licenses. So that is another challenge. So what I think that in conclusion, that only the policy doesn't work. So the top down should be there and a bottom up at the same time, bottom up should be there. So the awareness building among the people, among the scientists, among the researchers, academics, it is essential and also inside out. So what we do actually for the bottom up or inside out, I personally sometimes I go for some open talk. So several open talks I did, almost 170 open talks, so that people can discuss among themselves and we can explain this. So that's why what I think that we need to have a diamond governance at national level and institutional level. We must have the diamond policy and diamond infrastructure, of course, it is very much important. And diamond scholars are there. So scholars' mindset should be like that. So they have to prefer the diamond open access. That they will publish there and they will use these resources. And diamond user, of course, the students, or the other users and teachers, they have to use these platforms. And diamond collaboration and diamond community practice. I think that the community practice is very much important. Otherwise, the inside out and bottom up will not happen. So for this actually alone, it's very much important. What I said that, so only, and our previous speakers also mentioned that it's very much difficult to just proceed with this kind of movement if the collaboration is not there, if from the government side or from other collaboration is missing. So that's why we are just looking for this kind of collaboration so that we can do these things at institutional level. Support is almost nil, but we are trying to convince the institutions through this policy development, etc. with the support of some organizations, and national level and regional level, global level collaboration is there. So this kind of gathering may help to get more collaboration, to understand who is working in this kind of area and how this collaboration can be formed and with whom. So thank you very much. I think maybe if the question comes, so me and my colleague Sushmita will respond properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mustafa, for such a elaborated, nice talk, and also telling us what's happening in Bangladesh. Well, like any other moderator, I had made some boring pre-curated questions. But I think it would be much more interesting if the audience asks some questions. We could have some interesting discussions. So okay. Yeah, it's nice that already. Okay, I'll just, maybe you can go into the mic. Yeah, please start your question.
Thanks so much for the wonderful presentations and wonderful moderation. I really enjoyed the entire session. My question is to Mr. Vinod. I just wanted to know about the review mechanism that is set up for reviewing the knowledge graphs. Thank you.
So we as an infrastructure provider don't gatekeep how the communities do it. The communities do the self-review themselves. Because sometimes it could be that the person who entered the semantic information could have perceived it wrong. We've only had it in one case where the author came and commented saying that this is not what we meant, and then they changed that statement. And we left that provenance as such because we didn't want the previous one to be deleted. Because it's also showing the process of how scholarship happens after publishing. So you publish it and then somebody perceives it wrong, and then there's some wrong information, and then that's corrected over. So we have only enabled mechanisms or features to do like, we have this knowledge graph statement, and we can make statements over that statement. So that is similar to review. And one example that we would like to see such things happen is like with collaboration with pre-review, maybe. We would love to have when it's not a already published article, but like when you're doing preprints, maybe then we can make statements over statements, connecting a pre-review and preprints. So that's something that we haven't really had the means and mechanisms to do that yet, but we are thinking about that.
Thank you. I think we had, yeah, please. The next question, you please.
Hi, I think very good presentations and a lot of information shared. My question is in regards to the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. So what I would like to know is, I think right now, the way it looks, very unsustainable in regards to the functioning. That is what I could make out. We have a lot of how can it sustain. So I just want to know, what is, have you approached the, IMA, Indian Medical Association, and then state and central Ministry of Health and WHO in this regard?
I don't think we can approach WHO because the money would be in dollars. We can accept money only in rupees. That's number one, because of FCRA requirements. Indian Medical Association, I honestly don't know if we've approached, but let's be very clear about one thing. We have repeatedly criticized the medical councils of India in our journal. That's how we came into existence. So we'd really have to be gutsy to approach them and say, give us your money to support us to criticize you. So I don't think that will happen.
I assumed that. But I think that, state and central health ministry I think they be of, they may be interested, one thing. And then there are many, NGOs working in India where the, support they get from in dollars. So
we have approached them, we have got money. That is how we managed to survive.
Yeah.
But the point is we need more because we get just adequate amounts. It's like, Goldilocks, neither too hot nor too cold. We have just enough to survive every year.
Yeah.
But we want to be like Big Bear now, want a little more money so we can relax and do what we want to do, which is run the journal, not spend half the time trying to acquire money to run the journal. But your point is valid and we'll try all over again. We keep trying, we go to the same guys, just like paywall publishers approach us all the time in the hope that someday we will buckle and say, okay, take over. We'll also keep approaching people for money. Oh, incidentally, my last slide was, do attend our conferences, do read the journal, do donate money. I can say that also.
yeah, because many state governments, public health department, and Ministry of Health, they are working, to bring the, elevate the standard of medical health, system and education, in line with the WHO standards.
Yes.
So I think there is an opportunity. There are NGOs, who will be able to support.
Thank you.
I think you can take it later, this discussion. So there are more questions. So, sorry, excuse me, sir. Yeah.
Again, wonderful presentations for all the people here on the stage. Again, my question is with Sir Vinod, sir. Like your idea of this is very nice. Like if some paper is already there and we take out that data and make a knowledge graph out of it, and it becomes open now. That is one idea you pitched in. So if we have one papers, like we are coming so many papers these days, the quantity of those papers and the relation established within one paper will be huge, right? How you are going to handle that complexity of querying those data within your this idea? Do you think that it will be a feasible thing, or it will take more resource or cost? Whole cost will be diverted toward that side?
Thanks for this excellent question. Firstly, we do not have technical limitations on how much data can be captured. So technology readiness and technology feasibility is not a problem. It's only the cognitive problem that is affecting us, because as humans, as I said, we can't process all the 2.5 million publications that's published every year. Even in the niche areas, if you have 10 papers, you can humanly input the data. But if you have more than that, there's quite a lot of people who do systematic analysis around 2,000 articles, and then they generate that synthesis knowledge into a CSV file that's locked somewhere in their machines. That can be brought out, and then we can use that as one model. It's only for the human actionability, there is limitations on how much you can input. But if we automatize a pipeline where during the writing stage, if we can capture important elements, we have like lightweight plugins that can be added to LaTeX package. We still don't have anything for Word, but if you use that into the LaTeX package, some of the elements are already captured during the time of writing. So you don't have to do this cognitive load of thinking about semantic modeling again.
No, actually, that is again a good idea you said, like in building that inside a LaTeX format itself and capturing that data. It's like a generation point of view. I'm saying once it is generated, you have like in one paper, you will be getting like thousands, lakhs of axioms for that knowledge graph.
Yes.
How this, like when you increase the number of articles in your database, how you are going to retrieve whether we have sufficient infrastructure to query all those things back, because it's become open. Let's say it's become open. Then the cost of like compiling them when we want some data from out of it through that knowledge graph query, mainly Sparkle query, will it take too much time and resources? So
No,
how we
give
can?
you. Maybe the answer you can give him during the lunch,
take it offline,
because we
yeah.
are
Okay, thank you.
there are more questions, people. So yeah, I think we can take the discussion over lunch. Yeah, excuse me. You have questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you. So thanks to all the speakers. It was very interesting. I just have one question to Mustafa. I have the first comment. I cannot understand why the government is spending millions for textbooks, and in other side, the student has to pay or to make copies. This is something I cannot understand. The second, my question is, in my opinion, the problem is not a problem of an open access. The problem is related to the open licenses from the beginning. If the textbook are copyrighted, or if the textbook can be like OER. If like OER, it's automatically open access. And for free. And diamond open access if you want. Because the recommendation of OER 2019 include in principle the open access. When we are talking about OER, this is what I did not understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is the concept because I belong to Bangladesh Open University. So we are producing the books by spending another 20 crores of taka. So that's why we are trying to push the NCTB, what I said, who are producing or responsible to print these materials, huge number of books. So we are trying to convince the government. So in the policy, that's why national open access policy has been drafted and it is with the ministry so that government can share all the publicly funded textbooks or any other resources under open license so that we can use it without spending the public money again and again. So thank you very much for your idea and we will go for that. And the most important is to promote this thing, to convince them. So maybe we have to arrange more some consultations so that thank you very much.
Okay, final question then, and please be brief, and the answer can also be brief because we are
I
running out of
have
time.
a question to Binod. Questions or some comments you can say. Thank you, Binod, for very good things that you did. Actually, we are currently strengthening our diamond open access ecosystem in our society, means our organizations, and I am from Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council. So how can National Agriculture Research Councils in the Global South best partner with over KZ to train our local scientists, researchers to become knowledge curators for their own publications? And one more thing is that in our recent work on metadata standards and PIDs for Diamond Open Access, we have realized that feasibility is still is a challenge for us. And has the ORKZ team considered a plugin or integration for OJS open journal systems that would allow Diamond Open Access editors to push structured this metadata directly into the knowledge graph during the publishing process?
Binod, I would just request you to be a little brief.
Yes, we do that, and we'll take that offline. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Thanks a lot. Well, I think everybody is hungry, but yeah, please.
It was very interesting and informational. My question is, all the experts are sitting, anybody can answer, and it is the call of the hour. In research, we have data, and libraries contribute a lot. So I want to, because you all are the experts in your field, and I belong to the field of library information sciences, and I believe as a library, we want to work on data, but we are not finding support from the experts only, those who are in the teaching field. So I want your overview, how just because the experts are here and I have this query. Do you think we data library has a role to support you, collaborate you, and also in the open world? And please some real ground level, because this is the area we are working also. So because right now if I see IIT also, sir has come from IIT KGP, I just want to know, anybody can answer. So I want it because practically we need to work. And so I just want some experts' view.
Okay, so maybe Solange and Nishant can go for this question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. See, I think the major concern with sharing data is that there has to be a universal harmonization of the way the metadata can be shared, which at this present stage for most of the subject specific areas doesn't exist. And that is where the constraint lies, I think. And this is very much subject specific and expertise specific. So unless the relevant people of that area across the countries come together, come up with the proper harmonization and the metadata is established. And there are certain examples, for example, data related to genetics has got a very proper platforms like the GEO database. I can give you one example, and there are many such. So it is mandated by many of the journals that those data need to be shared before you are able to publish. So there are some platforms which are existing, but yes, a lot needs to be done.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Solange, over to you.
Yes, thank you for the question. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there are a lot of platforms, and mainly La Referencia, working on this need to make metadata interoperable between our repositories and platforms. Because if we don't have this essential point, we can't work together. So I think that we have to advance on technical training for librarians, for example, that is very important. And well, from Claxo, from this perspective, we do a lot of workshops for the publishing areas of our center, our member institutions, to train librarians and editors on how to upload the metadata in the right way as to search engines to harvest it and to make it visible, because metadata is about this, now making visible our productions visible.
Yeah, thank you. And so we end the panel here. And it's a nice closing the loop. We started with Solange, we ends with her. And now I think, yeah, so I request all of our panelists to come in the middle, stand, and the organizers are going to.
Yeah, thanks for the wonderful session on thematic tracks B and D. I request Sumangala ma'am to come here, and also request the rapporteurs, Dr. Nandisha and Dr. Shankar sir, to present. Yeah. So on behalf of organizers, we are felicitating all the conveners and the panelists.
We'll be breaking for the lunch now. So the next session will start as per the schedule. So I request all of you to, kindly have your lunch and reassemble here for the next plenary session in the same hall. Thank you. So we will have next plenary 4 on responsible research assessment policies as pathway to dynamic open access. That will, we will start that session at 2 o'clock and it will go up to 4. And after coffee break, we will have one more session. Coffee break, come breakout discussions we are having, but from between 4:30 to 5:30. So now we will be breaking for lunch and 2 o'clock. I request all of you to reassemble in this hall. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
round of introductions to each of the speakers. And then my goal is to leave plenty of time for some discussion and then Q&A from the audience. Okay. So our first panelist that we're going to meet is Hank Kumeling, who's the chair of Quora. Come on up. Get us kicked off.
Get us kicked off. What an introduction. Thank you very much, Ashley. Well, of course, I'm mainly here as the chair of the steering board of Quora. But it may be useful to know that I, for 7 years, up until last year, I had the honor to be the rector or the vice chancellor, as some of you would say, of Utrecht University. And I was very much busy in making sure that we organized ourselves the transition towards more open science. And now, again, I'm mostly busy with teaching nowadays and also the research in the Netherlands and also in South Africa. But there is still some administrative blood running through my veins. And for example, I'm still a member of the board of the IAU, the International Association of Universities, which published, by the way, quite recently, last week, a position paper on rankings. So very interesting for you perhaps also to take note of. And for that, you can look at the website of IAU, iau.global. And as I said before, my main board time is spent at Quora. You have heard the term Quora a lot these days, but for those who are not yet that familiar with the organization, a few introductory remarks about Quora, the Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment. And by the way, if for those who get a bit bored during my short presentation, I recommend you to go to the Quora website, quora.org. There's all kinds of exciting information there. We, Quora, are an independent organization that operates internationally. We started in 2022 and we are growing rapidly. Now we have almost 800 members worldwide, all institutions that are engaged in research. And as we were told yesterday afternoon, we are financially supported by the European Commission, but we are certainly not only focused on the European Union. As I mentioned earlier, we are active on a global scale. Our members, well, if they enter the work of Quora, sign the ARA, the agreement that lies under it, then they enter it to 10 commitments and commit themselves to come up with an action plan within a year, which they make visible how they will implement these obligations. These commitments are on our website and anyone can read them there, but I would like to mention the 4 most important ones, and yeah, they're also the most obvious ones. First of all, recognize the diverse contributions to research, language, purpose, these kind of things. Secondly, base research assessment on qualitative evaluation. Thirdly, abandon inappropriate uses of journal and metrics-based evaluation. And as a fourth, avoid the use of rankings of research organizations in research assessment. And based on these and other commitments, Quora is very much focused on reforming research assessment as practically as possible. Not only through these action plans, but also through the establishment of national chapters, and especially through our working groups, which work bottom-up, completely community-driven on practical tools for change. And for organizations that need some extra support for making these transitions, so-called cascade funding is also available with a total budget of almost 30 million euros and with a maximum of 60,000 euros per project. The second call for cascade funding has just been completed, but in the future there will be resources available for organizations to accelerate their transitions through Quora cascade funding. And finally, in my introduction, I would like to briefly reflect on the central theme of this summit, also mentioned already before by Ashley. Diamond open access and reform of research assessment are very interconnected and interdependent. Diamond open access, of course, is also a goal in itself and which contributes a lot to reform. But at the same time, if we don't really steer towards reform of research assessment, if we don't get the incentives in the right direction, then diamond open access will simply not get off the ground either. Responsible research assessment policies are therefore of the utmost importance to achieve the goal we all have in mind. Therefore, I look very much forward to the exchange of views in the panel.
Fantastic. Thank you for setting the stage for us. Could I get the slides to move? Thank you. Okay. Next, I would like to welcome up Omida Cooley, Senior Research Analyst at the DST Center for Policy Research. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Yes. Okay, so, I mean, just now, Henk has set the stage up and told why diamond open access and research assessment has to go hand in hand. And for that, I would actually give you some examples that why it's so important that first of all, we need research assessment, and then why diamond can actually serve the goal or serve the community, the researcher community, what's our need. Okay. So obviously, today I am of course representing the research team in our Day3 Center for Policy Research, as well as Rory in UK. So we do a lot of research on research assessment, but I'm also serving another role. So I'm the steering group member of DORA, and I'll also talk a little bit about DORA as well in the next slide. But let's just go into this slide, which I have put it here, because this is one of the study that we did in our center in collaboration with CWTS Leiden to understand that the Indian research in the medical and biomedical field in 2015 to 2019 and how they are addressing the country's need, and how do you define country's need was the disease burden. And what did we found is here. So we have the least correlation among our publication with the disease burden that the country is facing. You see it here. For all the other, for example, world, it's much better. High income country, of course, they do research for what they need. And all the other place, except for, I mean, India features so bad. That means we do research about some other diseases, which really not ours. I mean, of course, this is a concern, but maybe not, should not have been our higher priority. But then why do we see this kind of pattern? It's because our research assessment system prioritize where do we publish. So all the high journal impact factor Q1 publications, they want us to do research on certain fields, which is more correlated to high income countries, because that's where the journals are based. And that's why we see so poor correlation with our own disease burden. And our health research funding is so less, then if we see such kind of misalignment, that's really concerning. That's why we need to have research assessment reform. We should value what matters, not what other region wants us to publish, or journal impact factor, or all such matrices. Okay, yeah. So now coming back to, I mean, of course, we need research assessment. And then one of the very earlier principle was DORA declaration. And it talks about that. The first thing is talks about do not use journal-based metrics as your surrogate measure of quality, because that's what we have been doing all the way along, and that's what we are still doing. And of course, we should consider the value and impact and broad range of research outputs, be explicit about the criteria used in hiring, promotion, tenure decision, facilitate openness, and facilitate reuse. I mean, these are the principles. Now is the time where we have to translate the principles to action. Of course, just now we heard how Quora is doing. So DORA is also doing a lot of effort in this direction. And this is what of course, we have to again reiterate that this is where the value of Diamond Open Access journals as well, because Diamond Open Access journals are not the profit-driven model. It's for the community, by the community, and free. So here, that prestige and impact factor should not matter. And that is why we need the research assessment reform. And these two movements should go hand in hand together. And with that, I stop my initial remarks.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, next I am excited to welcome up Judith Nador, who's the coordinator for Classical FOLEC. And we will be switching to a separate slide deck if we can find that. Is this? Oh, okay, thanks. So there's an English version floating around somewhere.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. As Ashley says, I'm the coordinator of the Latin American Forum for Research Assessment for CLACSO. I am very happy to be here. We are very far from our house, and it's a pleasure to be here. Now I switch, and I will start talking in Spanish, even though you can read it in English. Please put your... This plenary is about responsible research assessment policy as a pathway to Diamond. Voy a hablar sobre la evaluación responsable y el acceso abierto, principalmente sobre nuestro nuevo manifiesto que tiene solo un mes y que fue realizado y escrito por 40 investigadores de toda América Latina. Ustedes ya conocen el manifiesto del año 2022. Este es uno nuevo, actualizado, que se llama el Manifiesto de Bogotá. Esperamos que pronto todos lo conozcan y lo utilicen, así como refieren al manifiesto de Leiden, a la declaración de Dora, a los de manifiestos de Coara, etcétera. Este es el manifiesto de América Latina. El manifiesto de Bogotá refiere a estrategias para su implementación, principalmente orientadas a las características plurales de la investigación a partir de procesos de evaluación formativos, evolutivos y transparentes que incorporan indicadores cualitativos y situados que se orientan hacia la ciencia abierta y se basan en principios como la justicia, la equidad, la diversidad, la inclusión, la ética y la integridad. El manifiesto de Bogotá hacia una ciencia abierta, democrática y socialmente relevante en América Latina traduce el paradigma de la evaluación responsable en una serie de principios rectores que orientan la transformación de los complejos científico-tecnológicos de la región hacia una perspectiva de justicia cognitiva, soberanía epistémica y bienestar colectivo. Los principios rectores son 11. Solo voy a detenerme en algunos. Los principios fundamentales son los siguientes. La justicia social es el primero, y la ética del conocimiento y el impacto ampliado. El segundo es la diversidad lingüística, por eso hablo en español, y cultural, como condición de inclusión epistémica. La tercera es el reconocimiento de la coproducción de conocimiento y del trabajo colectivo, como presentó nuestra colega también de Marruecos y otras. La cuarta es el derecho a participar del progreso científico y de los beneficios de que él resulte. Por eso estamos en contra de la privatización del conocimiento y de la comercialización del conocimiento. La ciencia debe ser para todos. La quinta refiere a la democratización del conocimiento y la soberanía digital, y refiere al acceso abierto, libre y no comercial, financiado con fondos públicos, especialmente los financiados por fondos públicos, porque sería un contrasentido que los fondos públicos sean privatizados. El sexto es el desarrollo y la sostenibilidad de infraestructuras abiertas, interoperables y cooperativas. La séptima es la construcción de sistemas de información académica inclusivos y representativos. Entre los principios rectores, la transformación de modelos de evaluación, está el octavo punto, que refiere a los sistemas de evaluación abiertos, participativos y principalmente contextualizados. El décimo es la evaluación con equidad de género, inclusión de diversidades y apoyo a trayectorias emergentes. Por último, la formación y la cultura de ciencia abierta como bien público y común, como ya se ha hablado aquí. Entonces, el onceavo es la formación crítica y las estratégicas pedagógicas, I am finished, estrategias pedagógicas para arraigar la ciencia abierta como bien público y común, basado en la evaluación con relevancia social. Paso al siguiente rápido. Me iba a detener en el octavo, pero bueno, lo pueden ver ustedes luego, que es el de sistemas de evaluación abiertos, participativos y contextualizados. Podría hablar mucho más rápido, pero por respeto a los traductores hablo lento. El 9 quería detenerme, pero también lo pueden ver solos, es el uso de indicadores cualitativos, como decía, la crítica a los rankings internacionales. Por más que, igual que Luciana Balboa, pertenezco a una universidad de ranking mundial, entre las mejores 500 del mundo, supuestamente según el QR, o al CONICET, el primer centro científico de América Latina. Aquí pueden ustedes escanear el manifiesto de Bogotá en inglés o en español, para que lo tengan, si no, en nuestra página. Y lo último que quiero decir, estas cuestiones que ya dijeron también nuestros compañeros, la valoración de la pluralidad, la transparencia, la relevancia social, las infraestructuras soberanas, etcétera. Y por último, lo último que quiero decir es la escuela de evaluadores, que es algo que venimos implementando desde el año 2024, es una diplomatura superior en Claxo que estamos desarrollando en varias latitudes, también pensándola en África, en varios gobiernos, en Brasil y en otros lugares. Hemos hecho una escuela presencial en México, etcétera. Aquí tienen, the next, please. Next. También pueden escanear las características de la diplomatura con cada uno de de las características del programa. Y con eso termino. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we switch back to the other slide deck? Next, I would like to welcome up Lawrence L. Corey, Deputy Director of Open Research Data Departments at CNRS. Thank you. And let's see if we can advance. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Again, I will speak from a research performance organization perspective. I am Deputy Director of the Open Research Department at CNRS, and this department is in charge of the open science policy, including publication, infrastructure, storage, and high performance computing, and of course, open research data. So this is something I have shown you earlier today, but I will focus on the individual evaluation of researcher regarding best practices and practices that are nowadays, I will say, the practices that are the usual practices. This Open Science Roadmap is available in French, English, and Spanish on this link, and it was released in November 2019. 2 years after, we had a stock. We took stock about what we were doing regarding the evolution of the assessment practices at CNRS. It's a long road. It began in 2016. And it's, I will show you in the next slide that I will begin at DORA Manifesto, but it's not the only one, and maybe we'll add the Manifesto of Bogota. So in 2012, that was the DORA Manifesto with 21 principles or recommendations, and these were coming after 10 years of great movement towards open access. So then you know about the Leiden Manifesto. And while we were working on these changes that we had to do in our institutions, the changes, as I said earlier, were coming from also the practices of the communities. As a department at the headquarters, we work with the 10 research disciplines that are in CNRS. So we work listening to the community of each discipline. There are not only 10 disciplines, but they are gathered into main disciplines. There's chemistry, biology, physics, nuclear physics, and computing and engineering, social science and humanities, and environment and ecology, and I always forget one. Universe science, going from Earth to the planets, and to the inside of the Earth also. So working with these, we hear what's happening on the field, and we listen to this. And this is about a virtuous circle, about listening to bottom up and doing the top down in a back and forth movement, so that include the complete policies that we need to implement. So assessments is how practices of research are followed and rewarded. So the practices exist. In some disciplines, practices are different, but we have this movement going to as knowledge should be shared to the maximum and should go to public good again. So this work was beginning by going into each section of the committees that were assessing researchers. So there are 55 committees in the sections that they are called, and they gather every year and they assess researchers. So, and they change every 5 years. So this is a work that is an ongoing work and not non-ending work, because people will change and we will again try to explain what are the policies and why they are made like this, and then the committees will assess. So in 2019, we had these 4 principles, so that each production should be written by the researchers themselves, not adding the whole list of publications, that all type of production and outputs can be assessed. So you can add or open source software, preprints, articles, and you don't need to say in what journals they are published. All production must be accessible freely online. So for doing this, we helped also researchers by including, of course, there is a repository, a preprint repository in France called HAL, something maybe you have heard about Monday with the overlay journals. But so we had the forms that the researcher has to fill in are automatically filled by, if they want to quote an article, it must be on the preprint repository, the open repository HAL. So researchers had to deposit their research production if they wanted it to be filled in their form. So it was not mandatory, but it was highly recommended. And it was not, these forms are not evaluation forms. These forms are annual forms that researchers fill in order to assess of what they are doing in their laboratory each year. Okay, so I will go through this timeline because I will, in 2019, we had these 4 principles. And in 2022, we co-organized with the Academy of Science in France and in the presidents of the Union, of the European Union, when France was president of the European Union, an Open Science European Conference, where we had a panel associated to research assessment and the evolution, necessary evolution of research assessment. And then we signed COARA at the beginning in 2023. And then there was the Declaration of Barcelona speaking about open research information and how all the data and the research information should be open and accessible so that we can have trust in whatever we are using and what is online. So the other news that was released in December was that we at CNRS wanted to cut the access to the WOS, to which we had access since maybe the beginning. And this in order to assess that impact factor is not anymore needed and that we don't want to rely on data that are behind paywalls or programs that are behind paywalls. So this is an example of the new form that is that assesses research careers and research, and that is used to hire researchers. Every year there's a campaign for hiring researchers, public campaign. So researchers, all contribution can be taken into account, and they have to themselves decide how they want to color their form to assess what they are doing. So they can choose to the managing and collective responsibility. They can choose to speak about their work in science, but they can choose also to speak about how they were spreading their scientific outputs. And of course, innovation and transfer, like always. And all what they will choose how much they want to put in any of these cases, and some cases can be empty. And they have already had a survey on this, and they have and the HR have seen that indeed the researchers are complying to this new way of answering their form. What's more, every year CNRS releases a golden medal and some silver medals to people, and they are not obliged to be at CNRS from researcher from France. And there is one from INSERM, which is a national, I'm just finishing, a national institute who had received the silver medal. And in her institute, for example, it's medical institute, they were surprised as she hadn't have any nature, science, or whatever high class journals between brackets. So what's important is that we had this help for our directory, the governance of CNRS. For example, the deputy CEO goes into each section and doesn't want to hear about impact factor. If somebody raises the word impact factor, then they know now it's a red flag. So yeah, this is all what I wanted to say as a beginning.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving along, I'm excited to invite up Mylene Deschines, Director of Ethics and Legal Affairs in Quebec. Apologies for my American pronunciations.
Fantastic. Thank you for the invitation. I want to thank especially the opportunity that we have to talk in our own language. So I'm going to be speaking in French. If you want to put your earphones, thank you very much again for offering us this possibility. That's really appreciated. So, au Québec, nous avons une approche à deux volets. Comme vous le savez, nous imposons le libre accès immédiat pour la recherche financée et nous finançons certains journaux numériques en voie de devenir des revues diamants. Mais au Canada, l'accès immédiat aux publications en libre accès n'est pas encore la norme. Dans ce contexte, chez nous, ça ne fonctionnera pas, le libre accès immédiat, si les chercheurs ne sont pas convaincus qu'il est dans leur intérêt de choisir le libre accès plutôt que la publication dans une revue prestigieuse. Il faut donc expliquer à quel point ça n'a aucun sens de payer pour des APC qui sont à des prix inacceptables. Il faut continuer à montrer que les revues en libre accès ne sont pas des revues de seconde classe. Et nous, on a un travail à faire pour s'assurer que l'accès libre en diamant, ça compte vraiment. Et là, je veux parler d'accès libre en diamant, que ce soit de publier dedans ou d'y contribuer, parce que si ce qu'on demande, c'est que la communauté scientifique participe à ça, il va falloir aussi qu'on fasse compter le fait de participer aux infrastructures, à l'évaluation des revues en diamant libre accès. J'ai une préoccupation et je vais vous montrer des chiffres. Je m'excuse si vous les avez déjà vus, mais ça me touche directement. Alors, il y a une recherche qui a été faite par des chercheurs du Québec, Université Concordia. Ils ont mené un survey et ils demandaient, est-ce que dans votre institution, au moment de, je vais lire la question en anglais, je m'excuse, je change. But, do your institution tenure and promotion policy value researchers' engagement with open science practices? Donc, c'est open science, on s'entend. Et la réponse était, la moitié des gens ont dit, je ne sais pas. Et le tiers ont dit non. Donc, c'est sûr que tant que j'ai ce genre de chiffres-là avec le libre accès, j'ai un problème. J'ai un problème parce que les gens ne sont pas convaincus, les chercheurs ne sont pas convaincus que ça vaut la peine. Donc, il faut que ça vaille la peine. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Je pense qu'il faut vraiment s'avancer et accélérer cette question-là de la réforme de l'évaluation scientifique. Et je pense que toutes les agences de financement à qui je parle sont engagées là-dedans. On est, nous, engagés dans Coara parce qu'on ne peut pas faire ça seul, évidemment. Merci à Coara parce que ça nous a obligés à développer un plan d'action qui a plusieurs composantes. Et la science ouverte n'en est qu'un aspect, mais c'est un aspect très, 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 très important. Diverses actions peuvent être entreprises pour que vraiment la publication en libre accès compte vraiment. Vous savez, au cours d'un cycle de financement, il n'y a pas juste au moment de l'évaluation de la demande de financement qu'on peut dire des choses, qu'on peut rappeler aux chercheurs que certaines choses sont importantes. Donc, il faut bien sûr se pencher sur l'évaluation de la demande de financement, mais je vais vous donner d'autres exemples de moments où on peut rappeler que le libre accès est important. Je vous parle de 4 aspects sur lesquels nous, on travaille. Donc, on a modifié nos rapports de recherche pour que dans les rapports de recherche, il y ait une ligne qui soit dédiée à écrire quelles ont été les publications en libre accès immédiat. Vous me direz, ce n'est pas grand-chose, mais ça oblige le chercheur à vraiment apporter cette information-là. Dans la première version, on avait même demandé quelles licences ils avaient utilisées. Mauvaise idée parce que la plupart des chercheurs n'ont absolument aucune idée de quelles licences ont existé. En fait, la seule bon côté de ça, c'est que j'ai eu beaucoup de conversations avec des chercheurs qui ne réalisaient pas qu'ils cédaient leurs droits, tout simplement. Donc, mais bon, on a retiré cette demande-là. Le deuxième aspect, c'est le changement de culture concernant les nouvelles habitudes en matière d'évaluation scientifique. Vous savez, ça fait 15 ans, ou presque 15 ans que je travaille au Fonds de recherche du Québec. Et le facteur d'impact H n'a jamais été sur nos grilles d'évaluation. Jamais. Malgré ça, dans nos comités d'évaluation, il y a toujours quelqu'un, à un moment donné, qui soulève cette question-là. À tous les ans, on organise des webinaires pour expliquer nos exigences en matière de sciences ouvertes. Et j'ai toujours un étudiant qui lève la main en disant « Oui, mais moi, si je ne publie pas dans un journal à haut facteur d'impact, mon superviseur ne sera pas content. » Donc, je pense que c'est important que ce sont des habitudes qui sont bien ancrées. Puis il y a une partie de la responsabilité qui incombe aussi à la communauté scientifique. Quand on parle de libre accès diamant, on veut que la communauté scientifique s'approprie, on veut leur redonner une partie de ce pouvoir-là de gérer la dissémination scientifique, mais il faut qu'ils prennent les choses en main. Et donc, de ce côté-là, il y a vraiment un travail à faire ensemble. Avec les nouveaux modèles d'évaluation scientifique, où le facteur d'impact H n'est pas un raccourci, les évaluations prennent plus de temps. Donc, il faut qu'on accorde plus de temps au comité d'évaluation. Et c'est très important que le temps consacré à ce travail d'évaluation soit aussi reconnu par nous, les agences de financement, mais aussi pour la promotion. Troisième point, il m'en reste 3 et 4. Là. Troisième point, modifier le CV. On est tous en train de revoir les CV. Dans ce changement, il faut s'assurer que la publication en libre accès immédiat ait une place importante et qu'on lui accorde aussi des points. Dans notre nouveau guide de rédaction, on a vraiment ajouté dans les exemples une ligne où on dit que des contributions et expériences qui adhèrent au concept de sciences ouvertes au sens de la recommandation de l'UNESCO, par exemple la participation à une revue issue du milieu académique en sciences ouvertes, peut faire partie des choses qui sont évaluées favorablement. Dernier point, et là je vous avertis, s'il y a des chercheurs du Québec qui nous écoutent, je ne suis pas en train d'annoncer un changement, mais à quand la publication scientifique en libre accès dans nos critères de financement? Ça, c'est un autre élément. Vous savez, on demande à nos chercheurs de publier leurs travaux en libre accès immédiat, mais on pourrait peut-être aussi leur demander que ce soit intégré directement dans l'évaluation, en faire un vrai critère d'évaluation. Quand on amène cette idée-là, les chercheurs me disent « Oui, mais Mylène, là, tu m'obliges à payer des APC. » Et en fait, c'est ici que j'ai vraiment besoin des revues diamants, parce que je veux pouvoir dire à mes chercheurs « Non, il y a d'excellentes revues en libre accès diamant, va plutôt vers ces revues. » Je pense qu'on a un travail, par contre, à faire pour s'assurer qu'il n'existe pas de zones désertiques dans des domaines scientifiques donnés où il n'y a pas de revue en diamant. Et j'espère qu'au cours des prochaines étapes de travail qu'on fait, on pourra faire cette analyse-là pour être sûr que toutes les communautés scientifiques sont bien servies avec une offre qui leur permet de publier dans différents lieux. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving ahead. Unfortunately, Nosisa Dubey had a family emergency, so is not able to join us online. But she's the director for recent evaluation of the National Research Foundation in South Africa and co-chair of the Responsible Research Assessment Working Group of the Global Research Council. And Lydia has kindly offered to share her slides on her behalf. Thank you, Lydia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So now you need to imagine me all in black. So like Nosisa, I'll try to replace her, which is very difficult because she's a very knowledgeable person on research assessment. And however, her work is not unfamiliar to me because Science Europe is also a member of the activities of the Global Research Council, which is what I'm going to present briefly now. So I'm stepping on her behalf. Can we have her slides, please, on the screen? Oh, that's my computer. Managed. Thank you. Okay, so what I'm presenting here is the continuing with the funders approach that Milene very nicely initiated. This is an activity that is conducted with a lot of research councils from all over the world in the framework of the Global Research Council. So there is working group was created several years ago based on a background knowledge that I will show you in a moment, with the idea to members of the research councils to share the understanding, their practices, come up with solutions, and to whatever extent possible, coordinate actions for the reform of research assessment exercises. These research assessment exercises go along the lines of DORA, COARA, and these other initiatives that we have heard so far in this session. The working group is co-chaired by Nosisa Dube herself. You may not see, but she's on this corner. And Sean McQuirk from the Natural Sciences Engineering Research Council in Canada. And together manage a group of 25 members from 23 countries all over the world. As you can see, this is a very important initiative that offers an excellent platform to coordinate the efforts of research funders. The work of this working group is based on a series of commissioned studies, among them the Rory Institute that has been mentioned by Momita, by the DORA declaration, and also by a group of volunteers that they dedicated to find good practices from all over the world and put them together in that paper you have on the screen on the changing role of funders in responsible research assessment. So if you look for examples, that was published, I think, 2022, but there are still examples, very good examples that you can use as a reference, as a model, and you have here all the QR codes to reach those publications. Of course, the presentation will be available after the conference. So the work of the responsible research assessment tries to find incentives to promote what we call positive research behaviors. That means those behaviors that Milene also referred to, and Laurence about getting practices that go away from journals in high impact factor necessarily, while focusing on the intrinsic quality of the research that is to be published. The guidelines that this group develops also intend to be broad enough to reflect the diverse nature of the different disciplines and different characteristics of maybe regions in the world, etc. Also put the focus on rewards, not only of the classic publications or books, but also research data, protocols, etc. Because the type of research outputs facilitated clearly by IT is broadening almost at the speed that we talk. So there is not just one product anymore to be valued in the career of a researcher or an institution. Last but not least, it tends to develop supportive measures to make possible in an ambience where the researcher can flourish and where the researcher can be positively influenced, let's put it like that, towards these practices away from the classic publications. Very quickly, because I'm not going to go into detail into this, but this working group has developed a series of guiding principles, governance and strategy, and process and methodology. Some of them are very similar to the ones that Judith presented. If we go in detail, you will see that. But it, broadly speaking, is about equality, diversity, and inclusion, is about responsible approaches to research assessment. Again, not going into detail here, but you can see that a mapping of several organizations that have provided their examples and what dimension they are stronger. Just an illustration of what you can find in those papers. In moving towards a collaboration action, there's established a collaboration with DORA, established a collaboration with Science Europe, to propose a guide for funders that will see the light, hopefully, in 2026. Let me put it like this. Oh, okay, sorry, not this one, back. So in 2026, we will have this publication that will be available, of course, publicly, so you will be able to look at it. And I hope that this will help research funding organizations, virtually governments, to show a good way forward to reform research assessment. I have not yet mentioned Diamond Open Access, but I will do it now in my last minute, because everything that this guide proposes is very relevant to Diamond Open Access. It actually affects any system of publication, including Diamond, and is absolutely something to follow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, and I believe, let me double check one more time. Unfortunately, I don't think Ariana will be joining us in this session after all today. But for those that were here yesterday and hearing her remarks, definitely a strong advocate for research assessment reform. So that will lead us next to our last speaker, who is online. Welcoming Yancy Flores Bueso, chair of the Global Young Academy, to share her talk. Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, and I will control the slides.
Okay, thank you very much. I will mention when it's a slide, and I'm sorry, I have a long slide deck. So good morning or good afternoon for you, and thank you very much for having me. I'm Yancy Flores Bueso, and I'm the co-chair of the Global Young Academy. Next slide, please. My career foundations in Honduras and my experience working with communities and building scientific capacity where there was none taught me that science and society are deeply connected. And that is why I see science as a service for the public good. Next slide, please. And for this, we have to remember, why do we do science, you know? Science is our most rigorous framework for understanding our reality and improving our societies. And it advances through sharing. And because much of our research is publicly funded, we have a social contract, and we must ensure that science benefits everyone, you know, and is accessible for everyone. Next slide, please. So why is this relevant? It's relevant because we're not islands. Scientific progress is cumulative, and inclusion shapes who contributes and which problems get solved. And trust is reciprocal. Societies enable science, And science strengthens governance by providing independent evidence. So when science is perceived as closed or disconnected, or when misconduct happens, trust declines. And this can harm and spill over into distrust into democratic institutions. And when we award where our system awards or research assessment system awards prestige over rigor, we weaken the reliability of our evidence base. So culture or research culture incentivizes directly what shapes trust, quality, and openness. Next slide, please. And these are not abstract concerns. Globally, we can see in this map that there is a striking alignment between academic freedom and democracy. They tend to move together. And when one declines, the other one declines as well. Next slide, please. And the data shown in this plot makes that relationship very, very clear. Across 179 countries, academic freedom and democracy fall and rise together. So when scientific institutions weaken, societies become more vulnerable to misinformation and political pressures. Next slide. So given that research assessment shapes trust, my next question is, what does the system really rewards or actually rewards? So to answer this, I'll briefly share some data from a large analysis that we conducted with 29 co-authors of the Global Young Academy, who spread across 20 countries. Next slide, please. So for this, we analyzed 532 policies from 190 academic institutions and 58 governmental agencies across 121 countries, with strong representation from both the Global North and the Global South. Next slide, please. We systematically screened the documents for distinctive terms and recurrent evaluation signals. And we identified 30 criteria across 5 categories that appear consistently across policies. Here, research outputs was the most prevalent criterion, present in 97% of the policies. Next slide, please. Among research outputs, we identified 11 distinct criteria. Across all the policies, we found that evaluation relies heavily on quantitative indicators, especially in publication counts and perceived impact or prestige of the venue where the research is published. Next slide, please. So when we examine what determines what get value, we found that contextual factors such as region or the income level of the country had stronger influence on the evaluation criteria rather than job-related characteristics such as disciplines and career tracks. For example, when compared with high-income countries such as Europe, institutions in Europe, institutions in the Global South, particularly those with upper middle income context, showed a higher reliance on research metrics and lower emphasis on outcomes and impacts, as shown by the arrows over there in the plot. Next slide, please. So what did we learn in this study? We learned that evaluation systems are not uniform. Institutions have different ideas of what is valuable, and many prioritize a narrow set of output signals with a strong emphasis in publications, citations, and journal prestige. And scientometrics are widespread everywhere, but they are most prominent in upper middle income settings. And contributions linked to society, along with open science and reproducibility, remain consistently undervalued. Next slide, please. Now, this aligns with findings from a recent study by the Helmholtz Open Science Unit on researchers' perceptions of assessment criteria. Using similar criteria based on the previous study, these researchers asked about what is what researchers believe they are evaluated on and what they believe should be evaluated on. And they found that most researchers believe that they are evaluated primarily on publication accounts and journal prestige. However, they saw or they feel that criteria should place more weight on contributions such as collaborations, supervision, and ethics and integrity. Is this a misalignment of principles or a sign of change? Next slide, please. So when we disaggregate the data, we see that is the previous one, please. Yeah. So we see a bit of both. It's both. But importantly, there is a sign of change because early career researchers are shifting toward valuing more collaboration, ethics and integrity, and communication and outreach, which are more in line with society engagement. Next slide, please. So that is a great divergence of metrics versus mission. Next slide, please. And I'll illustrate this from my own research experience in computational protein design, using generative AI to design proteins that do not exist in nature with applications in health and sustainability. The impact of this field was recognized with the 2024 Nobel Prize in Chemistry to my co-supervisor, David Baker at the Institute for Protein Design. Now, this is one of the fastest moving areas in modern biology. And this kind of research, and in the lab, for example, in the center, the core output is not a document. It's not a static document. It's the model, it's the code, and that continuously improving design pipeline. Next slide, please. So as science becomes increasingly driven by code data models and evolving workflows, just as Lydia mentioned, keeping the paper a central output is no longer just limiting science. It's actively harming reproducibility and reuse because of timing, For example, the pace at which research is done right now outpaces the publication pace. And by the time that a research paper is published, the research is already out of time. So it delays validation and application. There's also a story bias. Papers reward a clean narrative and filters out iteration and learning, and especially null results, which is very important for the learning process. And there's a reusability gap because what is more important for reusability, like code, data, models, and protocols, do not receive the same scrutiny that the story of the printed in the paper does, and is very likely not peer reviewed and not put in the best ways for it to be reproducible. And we see a lot that this system has already shifted. Preprints and repositories are driving the speed and have become a major form of output in these kind of research fields. But yet, research assessment still treats the journal paper as the unit of value. Next slide, please. So what is the alternative beyond the paper? So Diamond Open Access as an integrated research commons, evidence to trace and implementation guidance. It's not just free PDFs, but a full research package, including the code, the data, the models, protocols, and compute, linked to a narrative record and continuously validated. And alongside that, decision-ready outputs like plain language summaries and evidence to decision trees and implementation guidance. For example, policy outputs or outputs that may inform society about our research. And this is how Diamond Open Access can support reproducibility, usability, and accountability. Next slide, please. But this only works if policy enables it. And for this, it must require the full research package. data code protocols, and make that translation count, like that translation to plain language, including uncertainty and evidence to decision making, and funding and recognizing the ecosystem. If we want trustworthy and reusable science, we must reward the full research package. And this is not just a PDF. And that's how I believe that responsible research assessment can make Diamond Open Access sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a big round of applause for all of our speakers? Thank you for setting the framework for our discussion. I think it's been incredible to see the amount of work that has gone on in these individual efforts and projects and how much alignment there is as well, and how everyone here, I think, is really engaged with their local community to build these frameworks and manifestos. So well done, everyone. Now we are going to transition to some general questions, and then I'll open it up to the audience in a couple minutes. So start getting your questions ready. There are mics that you can go to ask your questions. Apologies for kind of the awkward setup up here. Let's see, is this okay? This is working. Fantastic. All right. So the first question is Diamond OA sustainable without a fundamental transformation of research assessment, or can it thrive at the margins of the current system? And I believe this is, we covered a lot in the presentations, but I will pass this along for.
I think the answer has to be very simple. No. Yeah, well, need that change. And I think that research communities can do more and perhaps should take matters more into their own hands when it organizing that fundamental change. I think that's also a bit about solidarity, supporting each other in all kinds of things that we are doing, especially when it comes to organizing quality in all these efforts. We know for sure that peer review will stay at the heart of all kinds of quality assessments. So help each other in organizing peer review. Be available for peer review. When it comes to, for instance, organizing open peer review in let's say more local communities, but also on a global level. When you organize these digital platforms, when you organize Diamond Open Access journals, make sure that you are available as a reviewer for each other. So I think that that's an important thing. And of course, and we will talk about later on a bit more about that. I would think that indeed the leadership of all these research institutions has to really recognize this type of work, this reviewing type of work as really valuable, and also support it. And also when it comes to rewarding people in their careers, really make clear that is a very, very valuable contribution to research. So the short answer was no, and then the lengthy explanation.
Yeah, so I will just go beyond a little bit more just to say that we just can't do research assessment reform, but we also have to do functionality change in Diamond, because if we are just reimagining the same publishing, what the traditional publishers are doing, that's not enough. Diamond also have to reimagine itself. Just now Yancy showed a slide, and exactly this very similar thing I have presented in the CoData panel on Monday, a very similar kind of concept where all of this, the integrity, where with her there is transparency, ethical consideration, data sharing, all of this, that kind of a framework. Now, where does the research assessment comes in picture is that to do all of this, a researcher would have to go so many steps. They have to put so much of more effort, and research assessment reform should then reward this, incentivize this extra efforts that the researchers will be doing. And then if as a researcher, when we will see this, the full stack that what we have done, it's a living document, all of our effort are captured, then maybe we'll try to switch to Diamond. We won't stay in the original traditional model.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I also think that's the same for how do we sustain and afford this model, it's not going to be in the current. Oh, you guys have a perfect. I just wanted to go across the stage.
I don't know. Yeah, it works. I think what the researchers are most scared about is actually to be left at the margin of the system that will be used. And as we are transitioning towards new models for assessment, you know, they don't want to be not having the right CV for the assessment that's going to be used for them. And so I think showing a common and united fronts in what we're doing in every parts of the world really is helpful, because otherwise I've heard that in Quebec, researchers saying, well, you're putting the standards at this bar and it's not fair. You're asking more from us. And I think we really need to make sure that, you know, we are bringing a common message about this, saying, no, these new requirements with open access, with making sure that science and society counts, et cetera, we're all on the same page, the funding agencies, and you're not going to be disadvantaged. So I think that's really important, this conversation. Thank you.
Well, yeah, the question of younger and early career researchers is important. And a lot of things are done back in France, like master classes for them. And they are worried and they want what we heard about them. Is they want to commit to open science principle. And of course, they are afraid for their career. But we try to reassure them. And that's why also Coara is going beyond Europe, and that we need to think global, because research hopefully has no frontiers and will stay with no frontiers. But yeah, it's what would be also necessary for Diamond open access to go beyond what's the state of art now, is that recognized researchers commit to editorial boards, and all what we have seen in the previous panels. We need to reinforce this trust in the new journals and the not so new journals like SciPost that you have heard before. And I think that we are in days where everything comes very quickly, but this will not be so quick as we are used to, and it will take time, but it's going, I think, and we think, in the good direction. And we need to just believe that the effort that you are doing will eventually go to the goals we are planning, and we have to stick on these policies and to wait and see, and it finally will happen.
Thank you. I am totally agree with my colleague from Guara, for sure. The first answer is no. But what I want to add is that we need to change our academic culture that gives now only value to commercial journals, because evaluator still now believe that those journals, the commercial journals, are better. They really believe that. They believe that they have the plus quality, plus excellent, that they are better. Another thing that I want to add is something that in 2017, that is the privatization of open access. It's very important not to talk about open access in general, to talk about open access dialogue all the time, because open access in the first moment, it was, as we understand, open access, but in a moment, open access became commercialized. Because of that, we need to emphasize to talk about open access dialogue.
Another thing that I want to add is that I used to say, excuse me, quickly. Yes, there are three moments in these discussions. The moment of declarations, as I said before, the moment of tools that appears in the last few years. There are tools, Barcelona Declaration tools. I am participating in them and coordinating with two groups from Barcelona Declaration and everything. I have too many tools. But the first moment for us that we realized after 20 years of research on that is the pedagogical moment. Because to really change the academic culture of evaluators that are specialists in their field is try to dialogue with them about the thing that we think we agree with a lot of things, but evaluators don't know what we are talking about. We need to talk a lot with the real evaluation that is huge, a lot, to translate the thing that we are talking in the something simple for them to understand. Thank you.
That's a fantastic point. Yeah, that often I think we can lump kind of stakeholders in together, and we figure out that evaluators might not be, researchers or associated with researchers. They might have a different perspective. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yancy, I would love to give you the opportunity to weigh in on the first question.
Thank you very much. Well, yes, I agree with my colleagues there. I don't think that this can happen without a reform of research assessment, but I want to emphasize that this reform at this point is essential, given the relevance that it has in supporting trust in science and trust in our democracies, and a lot of let's say crises that are happening in that context, but also because of the developments of science, and how science is evolving. So it's essential that we move along with the scientific development. While certain ways of working served us well in the past, we should move with science and really move towards a system that actually serve us now, because as I see it, the way that the publishing system works now, it will become obsolete. It won't serve us anymore. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Okay, so for the next, I'm not going to ask this question that's on the slide because I think we have covered it. And there's one that I'm going to ask that I think would be much more interesting and kind of ties in with the point that Judith is making. What forms of institutional or cultural resistance have you encountered when attempting to move away from metric-driven assessment, and how can this be addressed? Hank, you want to take that one first?
No, I think when it comes to institutional issues, I think that I was very lucky in my university that there was, let's say, a big undertow there that people really want to do work on more open science. So that was not a big an issue. But what we saw, especially that were, let's say, the more arrived academics, the way that make their way in the rankings and make their way in the journals, they saw that suddenly their road to the academic Olympus was not valued anymore and not seen as relevant anymore. And that came really as a culture shock. And coming back to what was said already also about, let's say, assessment committees, I also, being the rector, had sometimes difficulties with explaining to our international reviewers, international panelists, what we were doing. in our university, but also on the national level, we really changed our evaluation system and said no metrics anymore. We definitely need narratives about the quality and what you are really achieving, not only for the science, but also for society. And then I really had to convince all these international panelists that that was the task that they stood for, and they had to work accordingly. And sometimes they said to me, "Oh, this is really hard work." Yes, it is hard work. But that's the way how we see the future and how we want to progress. So indeed, these cultural differences are there, and the cultural issues are there. But what I see mostly, especially in a lot of universities, is that especially the younger academics simply don't want to participate anymore in the old rat race, as was organized decades now, and they really want to see things done differently. And we have to help them there as well.
Yeah, I think the perspective that I will bring it probably will be very different because we are in India, we are really not anywhere near even forget about reforming. We just have started the conversation, and it's a long way to go to convince the senior academics. And we really need a lot of research, lot of background work to show them that what's wrong with the system. Why, for example, we're doing a lot of work to show that what's problem with the NIRF, the National Institution Ranking Framework. Again, it's a Ministry of Education rankings. There are a lot of good things about it, but when it comes to research assessment, it fails in various levels. So in our country, what we need is this capacity building on this kind of research to show the policymakers where the problem is, and then we probably can think about the reforms, because if we just talk about reforms, why anyone will just believe it? Yeah, probably if it is applied in Europe and US, it comes to us, then maybe it will be applicable. But right now, our job is to really make it visible that why the changes needed. But one thing what Heng sense is really resonance. It's in this room itself, there were young researchers from the young academy who came. We had a panel discussion yesterday. Is everybody wants this change. They want the change, but we don't know how and how to achieve it. We have a fair idea that we don't want that rat race anymore.
Well, a lot has been said already, but I want to say something that well, maybe is going to be provocative, but researchers are researchers. They're focused on their research project. That's where the energy is. That's where the momentum is. And they're not experts in scientific publications. And so we have to make it easy for them. And the commercial publishers are making them extra for them. And in that way, they don't even know that they've signed a contract to give up their rights. They sign something and they're like, oh yes, I'm going to publish in blah, blah, blah. So that's something we have to take into account. We're all saying, we're all going to participate in this. We're so excited, but the real excitement of the researcher is in the field in which it's invested. So let's think about how can make it easy for them, and how can that be the solution that will just make sense. Why would I publish in that journal that's elsewhere, where there's a good journal here right at home? And how can it be made easy? And last thing is, for me, H impact factor is the fast food of assessment. You don't need to think, you don't need to do anything, you just need to align numbers. Whereas now we need to think about it, and it takes time. And that time we're going to have to build that time, because it's not in the agenda of anyone to have more time for assessment. Everybody is already busy. So let's think about these challenges.
Well, a lot has been said, but I agree that researchers to do things with facility, but it's important also that they are aware. And when we stopped some of the contracts for publishers in 2018, we had a lot of information on the reason why we were doing this. And many of them at this time, now they are more aware of the financial flows, they are more aware of the trust problems, they are more aware because of paper mills and misconducts and AI hallucination problems and such appear. And let's say there's a long list of things they are aware of. So it's a momentum where they really want to take part of the whole piece, and we need to have more time. We need not to go fast, but when in our research organization, as we have a lot of disciplines, for example, mathematical committees, they are used to read all the articles and to assess them by reading them. They never use other metrics. Other disciplines do so also. Some disciplines in biology or chemistry or whatever, it depends on if it's fundamental or not fundamental. Well, I cannot list it all, but some need, because they have a lot of things to read. That's why it's to the researcher who wants to be evaluated to decide what he wants to be evaluated on. And there is a joke that our deputy CEO says, when you know about a Nobel Prize, you never say, well, he has published in Nature Science or whatever, and he has like 100,000 articles, I don't know. You know why he has won this Nobel Prize or why he has won this whatever prize. It's not related to the number of articles, and this is never the question.
I want to reinforce something that Pedro says yesterday night. At least to give incentives to give again equivalent value to the publishing environment journal is something very, very important that government or institution could do. Another thing that we were talking in this session was some changes like narrative CV or to think about the evaluation not as punishment, to think evaluation as a moment to improve careers. This is something that you never thought about. No, we used to think that evaluation is a punishment. It's a moment to suffer. And something very important is to reinforce the thing that was used to say, that is the social relevancy of the agenda, the contextualized agenda, the situated agenda, the things that are important for us, not the things that are important for the moda. No? And another thing that the noise says that is important, it is, I know that we are talking about journals, but in assessment, what Noisa says that is very, very important is give value to other things that researchers are doing apart of publishing. This is something very, very important. We are starting to change. We have some papers showing how it started changing in the last 5 years, no more than that. Instead of giving the 67% of the evaluation on the counting of metrics in publishing, counting, publishing, that as you said, it is not as important as we think. To think how important is the other things that researchers are doing to solve problems of the people. Thank you.
Yes, very, very good point that we haven't quite touched on yet is the how the current system and its impact has on researchers reminds me of a recent piece that came out. I forget the title of it, but essentially it was a researcher who detailing how trying to chase prestige publishing like had a huge, terrible mental effect and how it impacted their health and the rest of their life. And it was really brave to write and speak about it. And they talked about how they worked through the process of publishing with their therapists, which I just can't believe that that's the world that we operate in. And we're like, yeah, this is great. So thank you for bringing that side into it as well. And Jens,
Hello?
I'll turn it over to you.
Yes.
You have insights on that.
Thank you. Yes, well, I can see it from the results of the studies that I presented that obviously there's a high emphasis in publication and these kind of outputs. And as an early career researcher on the ground, I can see that how this impacts, our colleagues and myself. For example, we most definitely will be doing the things that will guarantee us in this culture to survive, because it's such a hyper competitive environment. There are so few jobs, and the precarious conditions that we live in are so tough that we will definitely do what they asked us to do, so to move forward with our careers. And I can see, for example, that we have actually stop thinking about the relevance of the research and think about whether this is publishable or not. It goes to that extent. We just don't no longer ask why this research matter and who does it matter to. It's like, will this be published in this venue or not? So that's how incentive systems drive the behavior, at least for early career researchers. And I imagine that this extends to other stages of the career. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so the last question that I will ask before opening it up to the floor is a bit tailored toward but anyone can answer. To what extent can initiatives such as DORA, Koala, and national assessment reforms realistically decouple research quality from journal-based metrics? And what remains the biggest barrier?
Thank you very much. Two preliminary remarks. There was a comment on the screen, just in the chat, from a guy from Utrecht, my university. I made a remark about young academics, and let's not throw the older academics in the waste bin. Some of them, like myself, really want to move in the right direction. The second thing is that we heard so many interesting, let's say, initiatives during this panel. Of course, we are talking about DORA, we're talking about Koala. We had a conversation about the Barcelona Declaration. Judith brought this wonderful Bogota manifesto up. And Nonisa, in the guise of Lydia, was talking about initiatives coming from the research, Global Research Council, when it comes to giving guidelines for funders. And some point in time, we said also within Koala, we have to organize ourselves some alignment with all these initiatives. And of course, you can think that, yeah, well, let as many as flowers as possible blossom. But thinking about joining forces is also an important thing. And perhaps we could organize ourselves a next global summit on research reform organizations, bundling their initiatives. Yeah, for me, one of the key things that really has to be done, and that's the first step that we are taking, at least I'm taking, also with the steering board for Koala, address the leadership of all these institutions that joined these initiatives. They signed up for DORA, they signed up for Koala, they participated in the Bogota Manifesto, do all kinds of things, and they simply seem not to realize that there are obligations in there. And if they really want to move towards more open science and to time at open access publishing, and I fully agree with what Jensi is saying, this is really also supporting the bigger thing about democracy, the rule of law, and indeed helping society, then they have to live up to their obligations, have to realize that people are working on that and they need time, they need rewards for that. And then, yeah, well, the institutions themselves, the research institutions, universities and other research institutions can do more than that they do up until now. And it's simply about making sure that they live up to their obligations. And there was, at least I think a couple of years ago, there was all this question about, yeah, how can we do that and how should we do this? But there are so many, let's say, important tools already available. Dora published quite recently a practical handbook book.
Yeah, they're working on one for funders specifically right now.
Yeah, so these kind of things already there. Koala produced a set of wonderful practical tools. So the instruments are there now.
Thank you. Okay, I want to make sure we have time for audience questions, but did anyone else on the panel want to add on? Okay. Welcome to, okay. Any questions? Yes. Danielle, go for it.
All right, I'm gonna try. Hi, everybody, Daniela Salieri from Peer Review, and still no voice. Fantastic session. I'm so energized by all of your presentations. Gonna start from my question. So I was actually surprised to see in the study that Yancy, Dr. Buenzo presented that societal impact was actually kind of the lowest ranked in the desired, if I didn't miss, in the desired metric for evaluation, and it moved a little bit up when the obligatory researchers were asked. And the reason, well, that surprises me, but I guess like my consideration is that I really believe that we, in making all of these new wonderful suggestions to on how to evaluate researchers, there is a great opportunity to also help researchers. I also, like you, Janet, believe that evaluation shouldn't be punishment, to help researchers understand, because how not to perpetuate extraction of knowledge. There are so many ways, even including myself, going back to what I did with my PhD, a lot of ableism language that I didn't even know that I was using. So how can we very clearly provide guidelines and reward researchers that are prioritizing the impact, prioritizing the third, societal justice is the #1 principle. Then in #3, you have recognition of co-production of knowledge. Then you have the right to participate in scientific process. We're working with patients to bring in patients to scientific evaluation or peer review. And consistently we hear that if they get engaged at all in research inputs, it is very top down, it is very condescending. So it's a long, what is my question and my answer? But like, how can we, be very explicit to evaluate this, but also to help researchers, because I generally believe that a lot of researchers are caught into this extractive vampire project of like, where there's a spectrum by where you go and like really steal like blood samples from indigenous communities and zero impact, zero goes back to them. And there's a lot of different, how can we help them not do that? And then when they do well, we make sure that we evaluate that and we reward that behavior.
Great, thank you.
Like most of you, I have the two hats. I study the evaluation, and I am an evaluator. I coordinate other evaluators in my field, and I realize quietly, slowly, but there are some changes. For example, in my institution, impact factor is prohibited in social science and humanities, but we were talking with Luciana Balboa, that is from another field. In her field, that is medicine, they're still using impact factor. She's trying to explain in their field why it is not good. In a couple of years, hopefully it will change. For example, I received a message from the head of the evaluator, of the director of the evaluation from the CONICET, and she told me that she's evaluating the Bogota Manifesto. No, she was reading. You know, we're trying to, Cora can't say to government, we talked about that with the UNESCO yesterday. We can't say you should do that. Their recommendation, they sign or not sign, we can't tell them you should. It's a recommendation. We expect to be every time more clear, try to explain why it, I hope that it will change, but we know that academic culture, it is slow to the changes. There is only that I can tell you.
Say something.
Oh, Cienci.
And then Malene.
Thank you. Hello. I thank you very much for that interesting question and the comment too. I completely agree. I see that you know, science. I felt sometimes in my career that we've forgotten why we do science and why is the mission of science. You know, I believe that we have somehow broken our fields into silos, and we live in silos. We rarely communicate with each other. And I can say this because I am a transdisciplinary researcher, and people from one field speaks like this particular language, and from other field speak a completely different one. They don't even talk to each other, not even to each other, then not to society. So we're just so hyper focused on this that we've forgotten why we're doing what we're doing. But I see that certain initiatives, you know, for example, the European Commission has been driving some initiatives to make research more connected to policy, for example, or more connected to society. And this has kind of a, I can see how it shapes the research environment overall. For example, it's very different here in Ireland than it is in America. In America, it's more focused, more siloed, and we rarely speak to people outside our bubble, let's say. But I can see that a lot of initiatives that are driven by policy can make researchers start looking outside and start questioning why, you know, why are we doing this? What is the impact to society? What is the impact to another field? And that opens how we train up researchers, especially early career researchers, and we show them, you know, that the mission of science is this and is for the benefit of society. And these questions should always be in the table, you know, from the start of the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Again, I'm going to bring provocative thoughts here. I think we're at the moment where we need to experiment this. There are many guidelines. There's been a lot of discussion. We need to try it. And we've had fantastic conversation internally at the Quebec Research Funds with our new CV, because we were saying, and I'm going to give an example. What if on one CV, I have a researcher that spends that many hours on editing that journal, and the other one is on TV explaining COVID-19 to the rest of the population, and the third one is completely dedicated to the societal mission, you know? Which one are we going to fund? Because at the end of the day, they need to make a decision. And so there's a value proposal there that we've never put on a hierarchy, if I could say, but the committee that's going to be there is sovereign, and they're going to have to make a decision. And this is a whole new journey, because usually we just look at the journals and we say, oh, it's a very good journal he published, that's good. No, now we have to make a value decision about what we think is important in science every time we sit down around and do a review committee. That's a different story. Yes, great point. Yes, yeah, does anyone ask a question? Let's do it.
So thanks a lot for the really interesting panel and presentations. I'm wondering what the role is of the vice rectors and the rectors' conferences and the societies. We were talking about society, but what about the societies and the rectors' conferences? They're the ones who actually have to go with us. We want them to reform research assessment, but we also want them to flip, and we want them to go diamond. So could we kill two birds with one stone and have conversations with them about diamond and research assessment, and to speak to them about this, involve them in this action plan somehow? Or I think that's, for me, that's they're missing at the moment. And I think it would be, I know it's kind of quite a mean feat. So how do we do that? But what does the panel think?
Great question. Think you want to start?
So I can say something about that. And in fact, that's really already a bit going on. When it comes to rectors conferences and rectors assemblies, we're really having discussions about the need to move towards open science. And the reason why we're doing this, because we really want to establish, let's say, more legitimacy in society. That's, I think, one of the key things that we're trying to do currently. And this is indeed resulting in being more open for all kinds of questions, for research questions of society, but also giving more back to society in the sense of other types of publications and other types of knowledge distribution than the, let's say, the traditional paper type of things. And what I see is that also more the, let's say, academic societies. I was quite recently in a conference of all European societies of science and arts in Budapest, and they're really the efforts in towards more research reform was key there as well. Was a key part of the discussion. So I tend to be rather optimistic when it comes to, let's say, the things that are going on now. But we every now and then we have to really help and push. And could fully agree with Judith that we cannot demand from national authorities or national governments to change their policies, but we can really help our own researchers to strengthen them and to go to their national governments saying, yeah, well, we really want to change in your evaluation system, in our evaluation system. And that's happening in many countries nowadays. So strengthening our own community, our own communities, as a very important task that we can do through these reform organizations.
I think maybe because you probably would have known that IAU had done that, because I'm in that open science panel. So last year we did this a long consultation and came up with, from this IAU, the University Association, a very long report that touched upon the research assessment, university ranking, and diamond open access. And there was a conference in Japan, and this was being presented in front of all the university leadership who are the member of IAU. Now, again, I have to mention this. In India, all the top universities, they are not members. So obviously, it's only few private universities they are members. So of course, this crux of the report definitely did not reach out to them. But at least through that reports, I mean, it's a one step, it's an initial small step, but all of these have been done. And another thing is that, for example, Judith was also there in last week in Paris. OECD had organized a panel on research assessment, and then we spoke about university ranking, because it's some way that we can make the rectors of the universities that at least the rankings are not a good measure of the research quality. So they can be measure of many other things. I'm not going there, but at least for research, they cannot rely on university ranking. They're not a good benchmark, and we presented why they are not a good benchmark. So I think these are again small steps, but probably helpful steps.
Thank you. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
There is something that is true. It's awful, but there is not a good moment for the legitimacy of science. It's not a good moment. It's not a good moment. And we need to prove that we are important. Sorry, but anywhere we are
not important as we are 40 years ago. We need to explain clearly to society why the government or the taxpayers need to invest in science. No? Because of that, we are start talking about usability. We need to explain that we are solving problems, even if we are in a world that is a mess of inequality, a mess of war, a mess of whatever. What are we? How can we contribute to a better world? And we need to explain that it is not enough to be comfortable in our university doing whatever we want. Because of that, one of the things that we propose are something that we call, not only we, Elinor Austin, Sheila Slatter, a lot of persons talk about co-production of knowledge, something that we really don't know what is, because for us, it's better to work with us, no? Comfortable in our places, but in the next year, we need to work with others, with society, for them to, for the legitimacy, yes, I got it. Yes, so, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're almost at time. One last question. Yes.
My question is for Dr. Kohli. From the perspective of Indian universities, as we were also doing our study and exploring the NIRF and NAC report and the submission based on the criteria, we have been seeing a trend, and you have also written about it a lot, that since the criteria and assessment requirements are made in a way to promote what we call commercial databases and not so open articles and academic outputs, the policy itself is in a heavy in India, as you have also mentioned in your talk. So what is the way forward for making a responsible responsible research assessment for diamond open access in India? A. B, as an early career researcher, what is our role in understanding, specifically in the Indian context, while we step into a long-term career in research and publishing? And C, which country or which region in the world can we, quote unquote, replicate as a best case scenario? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, no pressure.
No pressure. But first I have to tell that it's all the policies that has been made. It's not deliberately made to promote the commercial one. It's because that was the thing that were available 10 years back. And that's how it has been done. And definitely in India, of course, we have so less capacity in this kind of research in bibliometrics and qualitative, quantitative, certain amount of social science research, that the people who are doing this, they're not at all aware that how the things are moving. So that's why they did not change. So you cannot expect them to change overnight, and as well as you cannot expect that they know everything. It's our duty as a researcher to do this kind of grounded research in the reality, make the evidence base clear, and bring it to the policymakers. Again, we cannot tell them adopt it, as Judith says. We have to give enough evidence in front of their table, explain it, and then expect that they will adopt. And of course, there's the bigger problem is that the commercial entities have much more clout, much more
marketing,
everything. So as an individual, we can do that much, but Hopefully it's changed. Hopefully we would be able to do something more. But as I'm probably reiterating, it's not miracle that can happen. Everywhere there has been a lot of effort. People have worked from the ground up to show all the evidence was needed. So in India also we have to go that way. And there is no easy indicators or anything easy that we can make immediately that will change everything. So it's a long way, a lot of work, and we cannot change it immediately. It's and about the early career researchers, there are, like yesterday also there were early career researchers in this room. Today also the president of the Young Academy was here, and he presented. He's a medical doctor. He works in life sciences. He presented that why we should go for open science. So it shows the shift that our young generation, young researchers of our age bracket, and they are now much more aware. So it's probably going in the right direction. It's just that we have to convince our policymakers, convince the higher ups, have to show what are the availability. And again, we cannot tell that, okay, you adopt all the from Open Alex just because it's open. Yeah. Because there are problems as well. So we have to move a little bit slow here. We cannot just bring one indicator and say that it's adoptable. We really need to make a lot of checks and balances. And of course, we have to collaborate with global community. And again, there is no one single area, nation, or anywhere which we can adopt. Of course, probably a lot of similarities, maybe with Latin America, but again, their situation or our situation probably is different because we have a very old science system from the British era. We have a lot of colonial influence. So again, it's probably not as same as Latin America. Our battles is ours. So we have to figure out our battles. Thank you.
Amazing answer. Thank you so much. And keep showing up. That's what really makes the difference. And with that, I'm going to close this panel. We can continue these discussions over your coffee break. But please, another huge round of introductions. No, we're not doing introductions again. Applause for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank and congratulate the panel and also the chair for the excellent session. Now I welcome Zoe, head of the Open Science Unit, to felicitate the panel on behalf of the organizing committee.
Calls Lydia. Rapporteurs now.
She said?
She is.
Okay. So I also request the rapporteurs to join us.
Lydia, come. I think Omita said I've already got morning.
Yeah, I got two as well.
No, she said,
Can give you one back.
no. What I mean to say was, if it's third or fourth, you can
Yeah.
stop. Same thing also won't look nice. That's what I. The interpretations are good. No? The theme is good actually. We'll stand for a good photo at least. Dear delegates, I have a couple of announcements to make here. We are having a coffee break, breakout discussion session conference themes in multiple languages. So I request all the delegates, kindly shift back. We need around 6 tables in the front, and I request all of you to move back, grab your coffee and come back and, be seated here. And so that we can start this coffee break or session. And I invite Lydia to tell more about this.
Thank you. Yes, well, you have now time to get your coffees, but please come back because it will be the time to have discussion based on languages. So we can sit down in different parts of this room, in different circles. There are 6 languages available. You can choose English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, and Hindi and Kannada. So I hope that there will be some help in organizing the sessions, but Reshna Mondal is in charge of the English, Zoe and Sean is in charge of the French one, Eurico is in charge of the Portuguese one, Marco Antonio is in charge of Spanish, Smitha GR in Hindi, and Sumangala in Canada.
Yeah, thank you.
In Canada.
Yeah, Kannada, correct.
Kannada.
Thank you.
You said very well.
Yeah, once again, I request all of you to leave 6 tables in the front and kindly move back. Quickly grab your coffee and come back, and so that we can make the teams and continue the discussions. Thank you.
Sorry?
No question we have not told. That you have not shared, Nappa.